The intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at this case from a psychological perspective.
Fun. Everybody was having a good time.
Does Brian Albert strike you as the kind of guy who's always having fun? No. And here's a news flash for this judge. Mental health professionals have solutions.
They made an arrest. They got the guy for Danny.
It was like a mix between sadness and anger, because that's the moment for him when he really started to believe that his mother was involved.
The only corresponding records in the other databases are from previous days.
There is a huge psychological component to what was going on here. And according to this group, Brian Albert Jr. gets like the most celebrated birthday hour of anybody ever. Like every 30 seconds, someone's like, "Happy birthday!" John totally seemed like such a cool guy.
John makes me like
Somebody jumps in as a journalist, draws attention to it in a light that is not good for the prosecution. I mean, and there are serious allegations of corruption in the DA's office and the state police.
It's not like his 21st birthday. Hi, loophole lawyer. How are you?
I'm great. It feels good to be back.
I'm going to go with this yours, because certainly I've gotten a lot of love from everybody today, which feels nice.
You are very, very loved. And I can't believe we get to spend your birthday with you. Happy birthday!
Text messages read back as if he's the aggrieved party.
Hold on. Have each of you been called murderers?
Who wants to be the one to give Matt the bad news?
I wanted to prove, or to demonstrate.
I don't know where the dog was. I didn't hear any barking. Her name is Sunny. She was named after Santino Corleone.
This is a scene.
Hey, hi, everybody. There's my Johnny. Hello. That's my Johnny.
Sunny barks if you walk by my window and sneeze. You're not really going to deny this, are you?
it's so weird. It's like the Inside Out, upside down. And Narnia.
I would get at some point in a timely fashion and then turn it over.
Know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say. Kill me. Not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Means death. 3 separate tab IDs. The thing he had to encourage her to do was not to testify.
You know, and Julia Albert responds to the text message from John, and she goes, "My biggest fear in life is ending up on Turtle Boy."
Stop it.
Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I got it.
You're not going to like this, though. You're going to disagree with me on
Just say it. I like the
disagreement.
conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, the disagreement.
Let's say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
People are terrified of him. They're absolutely terrified of him. And how do we know that? We know that from Mega Motion. Just another day for me, right? Which means it was just not an ordinary day for somebody else. Just when you thought you were out, pull you back.
Karen Reed plots. She fabricates a conspiracy.
I am just a person who likes to understand. That's going to increase the likelihood that we're going to take some action.
Here she is.
My sister Jillian, yes.
It's funny. But then he's got part of his shirt untucked. His back pocket is kind of hanging out.
He has to buy that. So, he has to buy that. So.
And showing solidarity, you can see them there.
It's about getting justice for John O'Keefe. There clearly is an issue of integrity.
How dare they?
Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
Yes, we do. Welcome, everybody. Hi. It is our Wednesday night live, back to our Wednesday night 7 p.m. spot. And it's so good to see you all. Hi, chat. I love you guys. So nice to get a chance just to speak to the chat for a few minutes before the show starts. Sometimes I'm like running around last minute, but today I was more prepared, so that's exciting. There's so much going on, and it's true. I was watching the Open, and it's a fun Open. I really like it. It's so funny, right? Because it brings up all these memories now. And actually, these last few days, particularly, I guess, after seeing Alan Jackson, who we're going to talk a lot about in just a bit on, what was that, Tuesday? No, Monday. Just hearing him argue again in court was just, oh, it was so awesome. It's like, oh, this guy. Love Alan Jackson. What can you say about Alan Jackson? He's just so good at arguing. So good. And we'll talk a lot about that. I don't want to get distracted yet because we're not there yet, but just so good to see him. And then yesterday we had this double header. We had the state arguing about the motions to dismiss the anti-SLAPP arguments. And then, of course, we had the federal argument immediately following that a few hours later, which is not televised. We don't get to see that. And I will say, though I hate it and am literally thinking maybe I'll just take a couple of weeks and move to Boston if there is a federal trial because of it, though that is indeed the case, I'm also wondering if it doesn't like level the playing field a little bit, because what we're seeing from Judge Gildea and the way that he is hyper vigilant in relationship to social media, the way he is overreacting, which we're going to start with in just a moment, to these posts from Turtle Boy, the way he is making the lawyers pay for that, because clearly he does not understand what is going on social media, given some of the questions that he posed to the attorneys yesterday. There were some like jaw-dropping questions, and you wonder what is going on in this man's mind when he thinks about social media, right? You get the impression that he thinks immediately it's just like for 12-year-olds on TikTok, that he does not understand that the entire universe is now on social media. And I mean, talk about petitioning activity. Is there any place in the world that is more appropriate for petitioning activity than social media? And the fact that this was something the judge didn't see automatically was just alarming in every way, every shape, and every form, and for many, many reasons, right? Not just because of this particular anti-SLAPP situation, but in general. I mean, this guy is in control of many, many people's lives that are important, obviously, to all of us. And you see the way that these judges, and we saw it with Cannoni too, there's no doubt, so much of what we saw from her was a reaction to social media. She did not like the attention. She didn't like none of these judges. Let's just call a spade a spade. None of them like having their feet held to the fire. They do not like having all of this attention, all the eyes on them. And I guess that makes sense to a degree. I imagine if I'm doing my job, well, maybe I'm not a great example because you guys are with me while I'm doing my job right now. But I suppose like if I was in a therapy session and there's like, a lot of eyes on me judging my ability in that situation, okay, maybe I don't like it, but I don't know. I think it probably also brings the best of me out, because it forces me to pay more attention, to be very careful, to want to make sure that I am, really thinking through every decision that I make. But that's not what we're seeing. What we're seeing is they get like spooked and then they retaliate. And in these cases, they're making the people with the larger following pay, which is just so Massachusetts style at this point, right? And all of us, by the way, have seen other trials. Like, these aren't the first trials we've all seen. Every other judge seems to have less of a problem than the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with having eyes on them. They really can't tolerate it. So from that perspective, I feel like, okay, maybe that's the advantage to this being in a federal, situation, a federal building, a federal case. The fact that it's playing out outside of the public spotlight, maybe that ends up being somehow better in terms of outcomes for Karen Read. That is possible. It's not impossible, given the way that we have seen all of this go when it goes the other way, when all of us are watching in real time and how reactive some of these judges are. Because, I mean, Judge Gildea, it's craziness. And luckily, I caught some Emily Baker today. Now, I don't usually catch Emily, but I happened to today, which I was very grateful for, because she was going through the Michael Proctor stuff, the Turtle Boy, the 1052 post, the back and forth between the judge and Karen Read's team about that situation. And I caught a snippet of what she was saying that I thought was really helpful, that we're going to listen to in a minute. Because, again, it does really highlight so well the problem when you, as a judge, start reacting to what's going on more broadly, right? It's nuts. It's just insane. And my fear, of course, is that Turtle Boy is already paying for it. Now, we are also going to get into his lawyer, Attorney Pyle, who is clearly a constitutional attorney. I mean, constitutional law is obviously what he does. His argument to the judge, I thought, was sensational. What a great lawyer. Very impressive. And there's something about his cadence. It's a little ironic because he's, in a way, he's like the anti-Turtle Boy. He's not like a Alan Jackson. He's not this like super kind of sexy, loud figure who grabs your attention, right? He sort of flies a little under the radar, but then when he's making his argument, he just clearly knows his shit, is so well-spoken, so clearly knows the law, and was able to make a tremendous showing for Aiden, which, could this guy get a break? I mean, how much look at his attorney's fees. How much do you think Aiden is paying in attorneys? It's got to be millions of dollars. Like, this is out of control, right? I get it. And we're going to get into the arguments just a bit, but it does strike me as a little rich that the House defendants are, on one hand, calling him like the leader of this movement, but then also trying to say that that movement is not petitioning when it so clearly is. Right? Hello? Like, it's insane. So we're going to get into that too. It's nuts, you guys. Like, it's just nuts, all of this. And I will tell you this. I have decided I am not cut out for civil court, but I personally do not like civil court. Maybe because it doesn't have, like, on one hand, luckily, it doesn't have the same consequence attached, right? No one's going to go to prison, luckily. So there's that. That is a relief right off the top. But on the other hand, it feels like it is so emotionally draining. It's almost petty in the way that these arguments are being brought. And maybe that's just the way it is, right? I mean, maybe that's just law in general. But it seems to me that it's tedious. It just feels like overkill, unnecessary overkill. That's how it feels. But having said that, it just feels so wrong too. Like the injustice feels so overwhelming that yesterday I'm like on the verge of tears listening to these arguments because like enough of this. I can't take these people. This whole absurdity about witness intimidation, it is so disingenuous. It's so just like fundamentally dishonest. And you wonder with these attorneys like Chris Maddie, right? This guy, when you go, and let me show you this in case you haven't seen it. Some of you probably have, but let me just show you what the homepage of Chris Maddie's website looks like. Because it's like, of course, this is the guy Brian Albert chose. Of course it is. Because again, it goes along with this charade, right? And I think it was Canton Chronicles, or it was John, I think, Cuomo, who on X on Twitter posted that Jen McCabe's Facebook photo was something to do with John O'Keefe right now, at the moment, currently. And it's like, yeah, of course it is, right? Because it goes with the show. That's their whole shtick. Like, oh, John, he was our friend. You know, and you're like, oh, it's so cringe. But that's their thing. That's what they're doing. So look at this lawyer. This is Chris Maddie. And I'm just going to show you this really quick here. There's so much I want to show you. So here he is. And here is the homepage of his website. And there's this Martin Luther King Jr. quote: "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." And it's like, oh yeah, of course this is the guy that Brian Albert would select to put on this charade. Of course, right? Who wouldn't select this guy for the charade? You wonder, though, at what point this guy is going to recognize that he's being played. Right? At what point is it going to register that there was no car accident? It's just so absurd. Now, the other guy, let's take a look at this guy, Tewksbury, who is interesting. I will tell you one thing that I will say about Tewksbury. I guess it's James or Jim. I think he calls himself Jim. The one thing I will say for him, he let his cards down a little bit a few hearings ago. And I know Melanie replayed this a few times. I was watching it initially with her. He made the comment about how there are two distinct universes and how in one universe, things are one way, and in the other universe, things are a completely different way. And I thought that was a really interesting tell, because what it says is he absolutely can see it both ways, that he understands that there is this opposition argument, right? That from his view now, not that they are the opposition, but that there is this completely other way of looking at the situation. And that from that vantage point, it's very believable that these guys are guilty of something. So in a way, it was like he kind of tipped his hand because he outed himself that he understands the other perspective, that he completely sees the other worldview, if you will. So that was interesting to me. So he's like more like an ADHD, like little kind of fiery guy. I don't know if fiery is the right word. He just, I don't know if he's just something about his way of moving around. Like he's maybe a little bit more anxious. I'm not sure. He's not quite as graceful of an attorney when he's arguing. It seems like he's a little bit all over the place now. Having said that, who knows? Maybe being in the public spotlight is a new thing for him. And so he's got to get his bearings about him. He's still not used to having all the eyes on him. Very possible. So we maybe give him that. But very interesting to see just who these people are and how they represent themselves in the world, right? So it makes perfect sense why Chris Maddie would be the person that Brian Albert, because when I think about the House defendants, I will just tell you, to me, it's all Brian Albert. There's no other person calling the shots. Nobody else who really has even a say. Like maybe Nicole could work her magic, whatever that means. But it's all Brian Albert, right? You guys saw the ABC interview immediately following the verdict last year. Nobody even says a word. Nobody even shakes their head yes or no until they get the approval from Brian Albert that it's okay to do so. So it's very clear who runs the show and who makes the decisions when it comes to the House defendants. It's all, he's the big shot, right? He's the guy calling every decision and all of it. And he's the one who, right, like spawned this whole absurd, like testify campaign, witness intimidation, without a doubt, by the way, knowing, I mean, there's no question that he knows that Aidan Carney was not threatening them not to testify, right? Everybody knows, including Brian Albert, that was absolutely not his intention. I think from watching some of Aidan's older programs, it seems like he really didn't think it was going to go to trial. Like he really thought that at some point the DA's office would go, you know, this is not, what are we doing here? That it would reevaluate itself. So even just like every aspect of their argument is so dishonest, that's hard to listen to. And maybe that's the thing that is so tough for me to take. It's like one thing when it's a criminal trial, the stakes are so extremely high that you got to find a way through it, right? Like you got to find a way through it. But with the civil stuff, it's like hard to listen to these absurd arguments actually being presented as though they're legitimate, right? And here, for example, this was really tough for me too. And this is tough for me. The whole Colin thing. Well, you know, Colin isn't even argued in the motion, and Colin wasn't even brought up in the second trial, right? And trying to absolve Colin of having anything to do with what happened to John. And I have tried to do that for the last 2 years. Like I have tried to find a way to be able to, in my mind, close the door on Colin Albert, but it can't be done because it can't be done. And if you're being honest, like these people just cannot be. I mean, they can't be honest. They are fundamentally incapable of honesty at any level, period. That's, by the way, not really my opinion, because if you are trained at all in detecting deception, every one of these witnesses, every single one goes out of their way to lie their faces off during 2 murder trials. So whether you think Karen Reed did this or not, you have to explain why all these people are lying their faces off, committing perjury during a murder trial. Explain it. Somebody explain it to me. It's so frustrating. So let me welcome our new members. Oh my God. My mom is Rasha's. So that's how cool. You have the same name as my mom. Welcome, Rasha63. Welcome at Denise Carter. You're not a newbie. You're green, but you're not a newbie. Like Denise, why are you here in green? Right. Hi, Denise. Thank you so much, Samantha, for your dedication in seeking the truth. Hi, Denise. So nice to see you. I love the name Denise, by the way. I don't know if Denise, who's the best moderator ever, has told you this, but this is one of my favorite names. Denise is one of my favorite names of all time. At Violet Desert Skies, a member for 10 months. Believe me, we will see how quickly these clowns turn when the silver bracelets come out. Man, I hope so, right? I mean, I kept thinking, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this too. As we were listening to these arguments yesterday, and even the day before with Cosgrove, I kept thinking, now, if there's a new DA in town, think about how all of these arguments immediately change, because the basis of these civil arguments are that, well, there was no charges brought, right? I mean, everything changes if there was an actual legitimate investigation into these people. And of course, there was not. Let's be clear. If there's a lack of evidence, for example, into whether Colin Albert was wherever he was and when, it's not because there at one point wasn't evidence. It's because they did everything they could to obstruct justice. And Michael Proctor, as we all know, went out of his way to write Colin out of the story. That's why mom wanted to buy him a thank you gift. Right? Now, you could take that one of two ways. And maybe if I didn't know better because of their egregious lying, their testimony, if I didn't know any better, I might say, oh, well, they were just protecting their offspring. The same way that they immediately lied about all the kids being there. The only problem is their actions every day after, and then the testimony, the egregious lying during the testimony, then their absurd efforts to present an alibi that is shoddy. And yeah, you guys know. You already know. We've been there. We've done this. It's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to hear these people try to legitimately make an argument that, like, how dare you accuse a private citizen? Right? So the only way, or the only reason they're getting away with it, is because the people in charge at the DA's office refused to investigate what really happened to John O'Keefe. Had that happened, had there been a legitimate investigation, then we would know what happened to him. We would have all the evidence in the world, and these people would not be private citizens. But of course, that's the problem, right? That's the whole reason why listening to Chris Maddie make this argument about how Aiden should have gone to the police with, it's like, wait a minute, time out. Are you not cognizant of the fact that the police are part of the problem? So when the police are part of the problem, where do you go with your complaint? Which police, in this case, are you going to go to? You're going to go to the Boston police, because we know what that was all about, right? That's Brian Albert. You're going to go to them, to Commissioner Cox. You've seen how he behaves regarding Karen Reed, right? I didn't know Karen Reed. That was one of my favorite analysis of all time, by the way. Anyway, where were you going to go? You're going to go Canton? Is that who you're, or are you going to go to Michael Proctor and Brian Tully? Like, that's where he was going to go. The people who were trying to find a way to put him needlessly, actually to create a situation to put him in prison. Think about that, right? I mean, Brian Tully was trying to literally manufacture a situation that would put Aiden in jail. So was that the guy that he was supposed to go petition to, Chris? Oy, it gets me. Like, I get so upset. And this is why I said I can't take it. I'm not cut out for civil court, because it's one thing to get this upset when there's, like, someone's life is on the line. Prison is a really awful thing to even think about. But it's another thing when it's just money. Like, I shouldn't get this upset, but I do. I get so upset because it just seems so unimaginably unfair. And it seems like this judge has absolutely no idea, like, what year it is, what planet he's on, just no idea. Now, hopefully, despite that, he goes by the letter of the law. Hopefully. At Saucy Meat Sauce gifts 5 memberships. Thank you so much, at Saucy Meat pizzas. You're the best, best, best. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. And congrats to all the new members. I saw some of you that were in the chat before. It drives me nuts that the chat wipes out when I start the show. I don't know why that is. So I'm trying to capture via my phone all the things that I want to capture. So hopefully I will get to those and don't forget, which I hate. Denise sends £5. Thank you, Denise. She says thank you for everything, but thank you for being here. Hi, at your dad's favorite mom sends $4.99. Sam is pronounced Gildea. Thank you. I love you. I just couldn't hear Gildea one more time. You got it, dear. Thank you for telling me. I might get it wrong like 3 or 4 more times, but thank you. Yeah, it's important, right? Because we're gonna have to be with this guy, it sounds like, for a while, which is Can you see me? Am I here? Hello? Am I just talking to the abyss or what? Can everybody see me? Hello? Can you see me? Can you see me? I feel like I'm back. I don't know what happened. I have full bars. It tells me that I have full bars, but yet StreamYard just decided to shut it down. So it's good to know that it can happen and I can just go right back into the studio. Denise was like panicked. I was like, I'm panicking too. So, okay, we have sound, not a picture. All right, hold on. Let me try to do this. I'm going to go out and come right back. Hang on. Okay, how's that? How about now? Let me try to close some of these windows, maybe. Let's see. I'll bring this up later. We got me? Do we got me? Can you see me? I have sound and picture. Yeah. That's right. StreamYard doesn't like Gildea either. Am I still frozen? Looks like some people see me and some people don't. Okay, it's perfect here. We're good. We're good. All right, let's see. Are we good? Are we good? That's so annoying because I lost all the things that were starred. Oh, that's so annoying. Well, hopefully I didn't lose everything. Well, I don't know what that was. I'm hoping it doesn't happen again. We have like all this fancy setup in order to be able for me to stream out here. So better work, because it's, the stuff is not cheap. Oh, okay. Looks like we're back up and running. So that's good. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. This is so weird, you guys. So now I'm seeing things that, hold on. Here we go. Okay. I'm like not sure. Is this like old stuff? Is this new stuff? Let me see. At DV, I feel like this is this new or is this old? At DVJ0456 sends $5. Think they were going to leave him in the street, but Lucky came by with a plow. Yeah, no, see, it's old. You guys, I don't know what's going on. So we're just going to like let it ride for a minute. I'm not sure what's happening. I promise that I will get to all of the things in the chat. For some reason, it loaded in Old's chat instead of this one now. You guys are awesome. Hanging in there with me. We'll get through it. Okay. It looks like I am back. It looks like I am okay. At Jackie VZ13's a member for 7 months. Gotta say, you're a true professional. Presentation of facts, navigating nooner convos with classic, dismissing any YT drama questions, just a pro. Well, I very much appreciate that. I'm not sure exactly what that's a reference to, but I try to stay out of drama because I just don't have time for it, to be honest. I really don't. I don't have time for any of it. So we try to stay, as my father always said, above the fray. That was his big way of putting it when I was a wee lad, when I was a much younger lad. Thanks, you guys. I so appreciate you. Hello, dear Canton Chronicle sends $5. This is for handling technical difficulties like a pro. Blame Canada. Yeah, guys, what's up with the smoke? Huh? So I'm up actually in Massachusetts on the Connecticut-Massachusetts border. And yeah, it's like, the orange haze, the smell of like, the fire, the crackling fire was ever present today. And I'm sure it was where you are too, John. So thanks for that. I so appreciate you. Thanks, you guys, for hanging in there. And thanks, Denise, for being the greatest moderator in the world and navigating it like a true professional also. At Holly Johnson, BD6LV. Hi, Holly. Sends $19.99. So happy to catch you live. So happy that you're here. Thank you for being here. You guys are amazing. You're just the best chat in the whole world. For real, though. Okay, so I have to just pull up this video because what I wanted to play got wiped out when we had our little incident. So let me pull this up because I want to show you. I want to highlight a couple of important things. So as I mentioned earlier, I was able to catch Emily Baker. And earlier today, when she was going over the situation with Michael Proctor. And I would love to get your thoughts on this because I am trying to not jump to the most pessimistic outcome that I can. I'm trying to think about this objectively, to not be completely emotional about it, because I know that it will cloud my judgment and make me crazy while doing it. So let's see what Emily had to say. Let's see. We'll get another opinion about this whole Proctor situation and Judge Gildea. Okay.
So where are we at now? Well, the court moved the goalposts. So on June 10th, we get to the end of the court's snarky endorsement order. And the court says in a incredibly poorly worded sentence that is unclear. Like, keep it simple, y'all. Keep it simple with the clear. But the court acknowledges the timing of the June 8th tweets, but then goes on to say that it doesn't matter. However, the court is still concerned because of a June 25th, 2026 post on X from Turtle Boy. And because of that, the court denies the emergency motion. What does that mean, Emily? Well, it means that discovery as to former trooper Michael Proctor is still stayed because of things that Turtle Boy said on Twitter that Karen Reed's attorneys have come into court and said, but this doesn't relate to us. And the court's like, I don't care.
So a couple of things. First, it seems to me like Judge Gildea can't get his situation straight, right? Like there's this hypocrisy with him. For example, he spends weeks, all these hearings, talking about how he wants the attorneys to work it out themselves. You guys go back, you work it out, and then you bring it to me. Okay? When Karen's lawyers do that in this last hearing, and I understand that it was a little different because it was a more serious matter, right? It was a more serious issue. Karen's lawyers try to work it out with the other side, the other team, and they get scrutinized for not bringing it to the judge. So that's an example, but it's everywhere. It's all over with this guy, right? I mean, just the argument itself is so absurd. He's talking about, fairness. And then we're talking about Michael Proctor now. Fairness, Michael Proctor. Okay. By itself, that's sort of a little bit suspect. But then he's talking about, okay, well, we have this rigid deadline for discovery. It was like August 17th or somewhere right around there. But discovery for Michael Proctor is just on pause, right? As the days tick, tick, tick on by. So it seems like, he's very reactive. Like he's reactive to the moment. And with this issue, with Aiden, this is really a problem to me. And how does this not end up affecting how he rules in the anti-SLAPP case? How does it not bleed in? Because what is the implication just by acknowledging this, just by the sheer fact that he's paused Michael Proctor's discovery because of posts that Aiden put up that have nothing at all to do with Karen Reed? Because those posts exist, for some reason, that's Karen Reed and her attorney's fault. Because he's so hyper aware of what's going on social media, which is exactly the thing that he said he didn't want to do, right? He didn't want to cater to all of us and to social media. But that's exactly what he's now doing himself. It's so upsetting. It's just so upsetting. So now this guy who has already given away the fact that he is prone to not believing Karen Reed. He's prone to not believing that her attorneys are not secretly giving information to Aiden. And think about that implication. So what Emily is saying here, when Karen's lawyers responded back to the judge saying, this 10:52 post, Judge, wasn't at 2:52. It was at 10:52. And it's a whole nother conversation where and who we could probably all, probably take a shot in the dark and guess right about who came up with that brilliant scheme to take a screenshot of the 10:52 a.m. X post and then send it to the attorney for Michael Proctor, who then sent it into the judge and said, oh, look, there must be a leak. Just so dishonest, just period. And then when that gets called out, the judge is like, oh, well, actually, just kidding. What I really care about is this picture of Michael Proctor, who had to leave the discovery to leave his deposition because he was having a panic attack. Of course, that had to come from Karen Reed. So in Judge Gildea's mind, Karen and Aiden are so close. Think about this. They're so close that any information that Karen has in real time, mind you, because remember, this is happening in real time. Aiden got that tip probably from just somebody hanging around the courthouse. Who the hell knows? Hanging around the building. Could have been anybody. Think about how quickly Aiden gets information about Yuri Buchanan on a cruise, or how all of us wind up seeing that he's at a Dave Matthews concert, or that Jen McCabe is in Aruba. Like, imagine that you're Aiden. You're going to be getting information about where these people are and what they're doing every hour, night and day, all the time. And it's not hard because it shows up on your X feed, if not to your personal email. Like, they don't get it, right? Like, it's just so frustrating. The judge, none of these people understand that it's not Turtle Boy. It's not Karen. It's all of us. It's all of us, right? Like, there are eyes and ears everywhere, and that's not a threat. That's how passionate. That's how convinced. That's how certain thousands and thousands of people all over the world are that Karen Reed is not responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. And by default, that means somebody else is. And that brings us to all the people in the house when Karen pulls away from 34 Fairview. All the people that said they walked right outside on that very small lawn and didn't see a body on that lawn. Jen McCabe tells us that she's staring out the window for 15 minutes, getting up and down and looking out the window, when John, according to the Commonwealth, would have been lying right where she's looking. Does anybody question? Does Adam Lally sit Jen down and say, hey, this is all bullshit, very obviously. Why are you lying? Of course not. And they just don't get it. Like, they don't get it. They don't get it. And whether it's that they don't want to get it or that they don't actually get it, maybe it's both. I'll shut up for a second. Let's continue. We'll never get through this if I don't stop talking.
Of concerns denied, counsel. So did Proctor's June 14th deposition go forward? I would suspect not, based on all of this, because the court's stay is still in place.
In case you missed it, there was...
Okay, so that's the overview, right? I just wanted to bring everybody up to speed. What's going on with the Michael Proctor situation, and what's going on? It's quite simple. Nothing. And the reason why is because the judge doesn't trust Karen's attorneys, mind you, not Proctor's attorney, who somehow got a post with the wrong timestamp and misrepresented it as somehow a leak from Karen to Aiden. This is the very thing he's being asked to rule on in a different case. And allegedly, they're not supposed to bleed over into each other? Does this guy seem capable of that? Not letting these cases bleed over into each other? It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. It's just so frustrating. Fundamentally frustrating. It really, really is. Oh, okay. Wait, sorry, you guys. I have to move. I'm moving. I'm going through. Slight pause. Here we go. At Your Dad's Favorite Mom sends $4.99, says, do you think Chris Maddie really believes their story, or is he smart enough to realize what's going on and just wants the publicity? I think he believes them. I think he believes them. I do. I think he bought Brian Albert's sob story. And, you can picture it, right? Brian Albert and either comes by himself or with Chris or with Jen, and he gives this, horrible story of injustice and witness intimidation to this bleeding heart lawyer. And he probably sold it because this is the nature of being human, right? This is the problem. I was watching, I don't know who she is. You guys may know her. Somebody who used to be a supporter of Karen Reed turned to the other side. And I guess she was out with Kate Peter and met Chris Albert the other day. And there was a post on X that was like, oh my God, Chris is just so wonderful. And if anybody just met him for 5 minutes, they would know that he could never do this. Right? Because, there are very few people in the world who are sociopathic, who when you meet them are so off-putting that you're like, oh, they're capable of murder. Because I'm sure if you hung out with Karen Reed for an hour, you'd walk away and go, oh my God, she's so nice. I can't believe anybody thinks, it's the same thing. It's what happens when we have these personal interactions. That's the reason why somebody like Carrie Roberts is the most ill-equipped to be unbiased, because when you meet somebody, our instinct is to, number one, believe them. We're just built that way. Like, we are built to be honest and to believe that other people are being honest, which is crazy because it seems like it would be the other way, that we wouldn't believe people inherently. But for the most part, we want to believe people. It's the reason why statement analysis is possible, because the vast majority of the time, people want to tell the truth. They don't want to have to lie. Lying is hard for us to do, and it's something we don't like having to do. So my guess is, and all of that to say, I'm sure he believes them. But Tuxbury, that I'm not so sure. He's another story to me, simply because he's so obviously aware of there being a completely different version of reality. That's a profound way to represent the distinction between the two sides, because it's true. Like, I remember when we interviewed Kevin Lenahan from Yellow Cottage Tales. Is that right? Yellow Cottage? I think so. Me and Vince. I remember listening to him talk about why he didn't really follow the second trial. Admittedly, I think there was some health issues or something of that nature. So he was more, of the mind the way all of us were around or just after the first trial. Like, that was really the evidence that he was working from first. Now, that's important because there's a lot of really important things that come out during the second trial, like no hypothermia, which is huge. That's a really significant finding, because that means nobody put John O'Keefe outside alive to die. Big difference, right? Like, being able to put a living person outside with intent for them to die, that is very difficult for anyone to stomach, right? Who's not sociopathic. But that's not what happened. He was already dead when he was outside, right? So that's just one example. I'm getting sidetracked, I know. So I think just the very acknowledgement that there are two very separate universes, the way when I sat down with Kevin, I could see it. Like, there was only a second where I thought, okay, I see what he sees. I can see the world, the lens that he's looking through. I also read his book, full disclosure, way back. I'm talking before the second trial, because he had sat down with Brian Higgins, and I wanted to know, what did Brian Higgins say to this man? Right? Not a lot of people get to sit down with Brian Higgins, and that was one of the most informative pieces of information that we got from Kevin, which I appreciate. Took a lot to get him to come on with us, by the way. He was very reluctant to do that because he thought we were setting him up, which I guess makes sense if you're going based off the thumbnails on Vince's YouTube page. But for a second, I could see, okay, if I accept these facts as the truth, then yeah, I see that version of reality. The police, they're generally good people who, whatever. I believe the police because that's my tendency to. They definitely didn't do anything nefarious. And that was really, I think, what Kevin ultimately, the side he came down on was, I can't imagine that these guys planted taillight. If they didn't plant taillight, then Karen is responsible, right? That's basically in a nutshell. So there was a minute, it was fleeting, but there was a minute where I thought, okay, I could see that way of looking at reality. But it's a very different way of looking at reality. And to be an attorney, fighting for your clients and acknowledging simultaneously that there are two very distinctly different versions of reality happening, I think that's insight that we don't typically see or hear argued, certainly not in a courtroom, but even around this case. Because what he was doing was ultimately, whether he knew it or not, saying, well, but it's two different worlds here, right? Like, we are fundamentally talking about completely separate versions of reality. And that is what we are talking about, right? They are completely separate. I think, and you guys tell me if you found this, for all of us that are focused on this case, for those of us that know the case, that know the evidence, if you know the evidence in relationship to this case, I don't see how you can't come down on the side that Karen is not guilty. Like, if you are objectively looking at all of the evidence in this case, it's almost impossible to come down any other way. That's why the jury found her not guilty, right? But if you don't know the evidence and you're buddies with Robert Cosgrove, like Greg Connor is, or you're buddies with, somebody in the DA's office who you trust, you're just going to assume, like in a blanket way, well, the DA's office is generally, the good guys. And in my experience, they've been the good guys in the past. So it's probably not the case that they would do anything nefarious. And I think that's what you're going to get from a lot of these Massachusetts judges. You're going to get an inherent bias to believe that the DA's office is not capable of this kind of nefarious, what do you want to call it? Shenanigans. I don't know. Dishonest way of conducting themselves, soup to nuts. And that's really what you see from Cosgrove as well, in general. Like, he is fascinating to me, Robert Cosgrove, because he's super smart and he really wants us to know how smart he is. So he likes to try to outwit. Like, it's really like a game of wit for him. It really is. Like, he sees all of this as an opportunity for him to assert how smart he is. But he really doesn't understand any of it. He doesn't understand Aiden. He doesn't understand what really happened. And he doesn't know all of the evidence because it's beneath him. It's like beneath him to even cater to any of these arguments. So he's not going to really put any time, effort, or energy into learning about what's really going on. He's just accepting whatever Michael Morrissey's office tells him. And he's going to do what they want, exactly like Alan Jackson points out yesterday. Or 2 days ago. So I think I probably didn't answer that question, but maybe I did. I don't know. I went off on like a crazy tangent. Sorry about that. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. It's really hard to listen to these lawyers. Yes, argue these absurd claims as if it's fact. Totally. There was no collision. It's delusional to make that argument, to make the argument. I know. Oh, I know. Or to argue that they're just private citizens who were just doing their duty as citizens to be witnesses. When I hear that, like, my brain just starts like skitzing out. It's really hard to hear. I panic. Like I inherently start to panic. It's crazy. Did you hear ML say there was confirmation? Oh no, that Deitch was the one to interview Jen? Who said this? Wait, did you hear Melanie confirm that? How does Melanie know? That's so exciting. Emily. Emily, is that true? Oh, Emily C must know if this is true or not. Not that I'm sure Melanie said it, but I wonder if that's really the case. I feel like Emily would know because she's friendly with Adam Deitch. That's so interesting. Can you can see it, right? You can totally see it. You can totally see it. I love him so much. You just can see like him realizing how shady and full of it she is, like she's so shady and so full of it. All you gotta do is listen to her 911 call. I mean, if you have any doubts about Jen McCabe, listen to our 911 call. It just gives it all away. It's hard for me to even listen to anymore because you know me, I freak out immediately. Like, she's so guilty. She so did this. She so knows what happened. I just skits. So I totally get it. Thank you, Saucy Meat Sauce. At Teresa D3 sends $10. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you. Thank you for being here. You're amazing. Thank you so much for your super sticker. At Jackie, did I read this? I'm not sure. I did read this. Thank you so much, Jackie VZ13. Now we're back. Like I'm back in the chat flow. And I saw this. Thank you very much, Canton Chronicle, for being amazing, for being here, and for the $5. Now we're back. I remember this. Hi again, Holly. So happy to catch you live. I'm so happy you were here. In fact, I think you crashed out the last time when we crashed out. I think you were on the screen. So happy to be able to not have that happen again. At 3 Pretty Girls sends $19.99. At Saucy Meat Saucy, thank you for the gift membership. Sam, love your shows. There's only one reason they are all covering for Colin. You've been right all along. Something happened in that house, and I'm hoping it comes out in the civil. I've tried, you guys, and I will tell you this. I was going to do it today, and if all these civil hearings hadn't happened, I would have. But I went back and I re-observed or reanalyzed Chris Albert's testimony because of the Vanity Fair interview transcript. So I went back and did another analysis. Now, it's been a while. I mean, there are clips. Obviously, I did some analysis of Chris when I was going through the innocent stuff a few months ago. But I was only really looking at the alibi. That was what I was looking at with Chris, was what he was saying specifically about when he came home, what he did when he got home, and the whole Q&A on cross-examination with David Yannetti, where David essentially catches him red-handed, lying outright about what time he came home, and he's panicking. Like, you guys know what I'm talking about because you've seen it plenty of times also. So, but it had been a very long time since I went back to the very beginning of his direct examination, did a thorough baseline of how he is when he's simply answering, the softball questions, and then applied that to everything else in his statement. And what a different scene it was, right? Like, the world changed quite a bit. And all of a sudden, this whole story about Dylan and the candy, and, it was, well performed, but absolute fabrication. And that's what they came up with because they couldn't tell us the truth, which was the whole basis of their relationship. The relationship that John had with Chris and Julie was Colin and his Bud Light cans. And Chris confirms it by telling David Yannetti, and I'm sure he only answered yes to this because he didn't know if Yannetti had the pictures or not, right? So when Yannetti asks, did you send John O'Keefe photos with you on his front porch with a drink in your hand? And he's like, yep, like, proud to say it. It was confirmation of what Karen was saying in her Vanity Fair interview, that they had sent photos from the front porch on John's lawn, or not on the lawn, but actually on the front stoop with Bud Light cans, like, ha ha ha, we're outside your front door with Bud Light, ha ha. Now, I get it. It's silly, funny, ha ha. But there is something, as Karen points out, a little dark about that, right? Because it's a teenager, speaking in a very disrespectful way to a police officer, throwing beer cans on his lawn without thinking twice, just being who we all know Colin probably is. And it's right in line with everything that we've ever been told about who he is. So it all makes perfect sense, right? The story about Dylan was a clever way to try to, switch out the facts to make the story more like G-rated. Nevercracker was just this hee candy story, not the story about, underage drinking and some punk kid telling a police officer and John O'Keefe to go F himself multiple times. It's crazy. Very upsetting, very upsetting. So I'm with you. I'm very with you, three pretty girls. I think I've tried so many times to write Colin out of this house, and all that we can hope is that they are able to get discovery. Now, you tell me, do you think, unless you're the feds and you are able to get access, or unless they make some kind of catastrophic mistake, which I very seriously doubt, I don't see how Karen Reed's team is getting hold of anything consequential from Colin. I just don't see it. I am sure that they have completely wiped his phone many times over, because look at the way they've behaved. Look at how what is Chris Albert always doing at every one of these hearings? Anybody ever wondered that? Why is Chris, who is allegedly nowhere near the house on that night, has nothing to do with it, always front row, front and center, inserting himself any opportunity he can get? Not Julie, though. Not Julie. Which makes sense, because Julie probably can't handle it. She's too anxious, and I get that. There's no way that I would want to put myself in that position either. At Saucy Meat Sauce, $5. I swear my puppy waits all week for Wednesday at 4 to need my... I know. Isn't it crazy how animals are like that? It's like he knows I care about this almost as much as him. I totally get it. That's how they all are. I'm very lucky. I don't want to jinx it right now that mine is, being quiet, but it won't last the whole show, I'm sure. It doesn't usually. I totally get it. At Jackie VZ13 sends $5. Your poll. I learned about this case after some headlines. Tuned in to the Body in the Snow to see what it was all about. Petitioning activity, free Turtle Boy. Amen. Yeah, right. And that's why I put that poll up, because I know so many more people that learned about it not from Turtle Boy than I know that learned about it from Turtle Boy. So if you're local, it's quite possible that if you were already obviously a fan, then you probably did hear it from him because he started talking about it, right? And you were listening anyway. But for me, I was listening to Melanie, and we were well into the first trial, and I had heard of him. He kept coming up. Like, I heard references to him, but I still didn't know who he was. It took me probably 6 months of actually listening, not 6, maybe more like 3 or 4 months of listening to Melanie, going through the first trial, in the immediate aftermath of the first trial and the hung jury. I think that's probably that time right after, like the summer, because the trial ended like very early summer, late spring. So it was probably that summer after that I started to go investigate who Aiden was. But that's, not an uncommon story. I feel like that's true for a lot of people. So it's very upsetting to see the way he just gets, okay, I get it. Like, you get to take some responsibility. You get to take some of the glory. I get all that. And that's cool. But the other side of it is like, it's completely unfair, right? Like, it's totally unfair. Like, he did start a movement, and thank God he did. And thank God it brought people to the courthouse and, made it so other people felt that they had permission to go. I think that's probably what, more than anything else, he did for everyone. He gave everybody permission to show up day after day and care about this case in the way that all of us did and do still to this day. But I just don't get the sense that I don't get the sense that people really appreciate how much we care. You really don't get that sense. Like, I just don't get the sense that they understand. And by they, I mean Judge Gildea and Robert Cosgrove and Greg Connor. Like, I don't get the sense that they grasp the gravity of the situation. I just don't. Because they trust each other. So they're not investigating. That's the thing that absolutely kills me. They're not investigating. Greg Connor is not taking the time to go down the rabbit holes that each and every one of us have spent and dedicated hours and hours and hours of our lives doing. Because if he had, the words that are coming out of his mouth wouldn't be coming out of his mouth, which we may have time later to take a closer look at. I've been meaning to get back to it because he's so full of shit. He's so full of shit, you guys. He really, really is. At Villanelle27. Villanelle27. Did I get that right? I feel like Villanelle, did my saying that wrong? I feel like we cleared this up last time and I'm saying it wrong. So help me. 27 sends 159, I think it's Australian dollars. Thank you so much. That's so kind. For anyone that honestly thinks that Karen hit John with her car that night before looking at anything else after Jay supposedly did the BS pirouette, please explain where all the fluids went. It doesn't just disappear. Usually one of the first, you're absolutely right, questions by cops. Right. Where's the vomit? Great question. And isn't that an interesting question? Because Michael Proctor tells us that John's clothing was wet, right? That there was vomit on the clothing. Obviously, there's blood. And all we see are like a few droplings, whatever that is. It's just like some little droplets of blood. Oh, yeah, I'm with you 100%. I mean, I agree. This is one of the first things that it's so obvious, right? I mean, it's so obvious. And because there's no showing of blood anywhere, no showing of vomit anywhere that anyone speaks of, where would you then need to go look to see? And I heard the foreskin people making the argument, some absurd argument about, well, Karen Reed people like to misrepresent that the police never went into the house. And that's just not true. I don't think they realize that that's just not true. Well, if you call Mike Lank a police officer in this situation, I don't know that that's entirely fair, given the fact that he's like old school buddies with Chris, been threatened directly by Brian. So, like what he sees or didn't see is just null and void, completely irrelevant, right? Because this is not a cop. This is their buddies. It's absurd. And by the way, according to Mike Lank, he never leaves the hallway. Now, Nicole lies and she tries to make this absurd story up about, oh, he was like, and where were you? And where were you? And where were you? They were all sitting at the table in the kitchen, which is just completely fabricated. Did not happen. Not even close. Like, just period. For some reason, we see Sean Goody knock on the door to go into the house with Lank. But then when the witnesses are asked about that, nobody saw Goody in the house. Explain that. right? I mean, what do you mean? They were walking together. We see them walk in. But nobody saw him. Brian Albert didn't see him, didn't speak to him. Nicole didn't see him, didn't speak to him. Jen didn't see him, didn't speak to him. That's odd, particularly given what we know about him now. Right? And then, however many hour and a half later, what, Gallagher shows up and stands like in the doorway. These are all Canton cops. They're all allegedly recused, supposedly not involved at all with the investigation, so should not have been the ones in the house. Obviously. And what the implication is, the people investigating the crime, because it was the state police whose job it was, everybody knows, to investigate the crime, had no problem whatsoever not going to the house and doing Jen a solid by meeting with her at her house because she had to get home to her kids with Brian Albert, which by itself is so shady. It's just so obviously nefarious. But think about this. Think about how much effort we have all put into this case, to knowing this case, to knowing who was where and what they were doing and what they said and what they testified to and what was different from the first trial to the second trial. How many hours of time and effort and energy that all of us collectively have put into knowing the evidence in this case. The absolute vast majority of people, and especially those who could probably do something about it, barring Adam Deitch, are not. They're just taking Brian Albert's word for it because he was a Boston cop. But never forget the quote that he himself touts, right? That was like on the poster for his television appearance on Boston's Finest. Violent felons will do just about anything to get away with it. And I think about that a lot because it perfectly sums up who Brian Albert is and what he's doing. Right? You've got to take the ball and you got to run it into the end zone. You got to convince the world that your version of reality is real, is the truth. And that is what he's doing. We're going to run around and we're going to put buttons that say, justice for JJ. And, oh, he was our friend and we loved him. Just not true. None of them were friends with John, except for arguably Jen. You see what kind of friend she is. Great friend. From the very jump, from the first 911 call, Jen is already lying to the police. First call, lying the whole way through. Soup to nuts. It's just gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Villanelle 27. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am so grateful for you guys. I really, really am. I really, really am. The great Corey Hopkins. Is that you, Corey? Did you get a membership? Oh my God, that's so exciting. Hi, Corey. Yay. Corey's a member. That's very exciting. At Gamey Kathy. Gamey Kathy, you changed your name, I believe. Am I right about that? Did we change our name? I love you guys and I love when you do it, but I also hate it because then I don't remember what the other name was. Takes me a while. At Gamey Kathy sends $49.99. I really believe this judge is corrupt. I know. He has done a 180. Bev has probably been in his ear. I completely understand what you're saying. And How do you not go there? Right? Earlier when we were chatting in the chat before the show started, we were talking about, or somebody was mentioning the importance of, thinking like a winner, like wanting to see the best outcome possible for our team. And I completely get that. Like I do, and I believe that. But how to do that in this case? How do you do that? How could you possibly put your faith in this guy who automatically is watching Aiden's tweets, believing that there's even a possibility that Karen's attorneys are instantly sending information to Aiden to put out in the world? Like, if that thought is even in his head, that is a problem. But clearly it is. Clearly that's what he believes. And you know what? That fits perfectly with the version of reality that the House defendants want everyone to buy. That's their story, right? So already the judge is kind of tipping his hand that he's like prone to buying this story that Karen Reed and Aiden, are secretly coordinating at every step of the way, that they're frickin' frack. And all of us know that's obviously not the case, right? And while her team early on, we're going way back, absolutely worked hand in hand with Aiden to get the word out, because let's face it, he was the only, and probably still is. I mean, Christina Rex, is she the journalist that we're going to rely on to give us the straight truth about what's happening here? I think you know. I mean, Grant Smith Ellis has been great. Don't get me wrong. There are people that are in it now. But for a very, very long time, there weren't. There just weren't. I mean, the mainstream media just didn't really pick this story up. Probably because they didn't want the headache, right? They didn't want to deal with it. So I hear you, Gamey Kathy. I completely understand what you're saying. It's very hard to not go there. It's very hard to not go there. I mean, look at what he's done already. And it's all for Michael Proctor. Like, he's going out of his way, already drinking the Kool-Aid that the House defendants are trying to sell. Well, maybe they are really scheming every moment to take down Michael Proctor. It's so absurd. It's hard not to go there. It really, really, really is. Really is. Thank you so much, Gamey Kathy. You're the best. So I want to show you this. We're going to move now along the same lines. We're going to move on to Monday. And this is from Microdots. We're only going to watch a clip, some of this from Microdots. So please definitely, if you haven't seen it already after this, check this out, this video from them. Very important stuff here. They did a lot of the work for us by finding the old history that informs what was happening in this hearing on Monday between Robert Cosgrove and Alan Jackson. Now, just to frame it so everybody understands what we're talking about, this is actually in the witness intimidation case for Aiden, because the Commonwealth is refusing to give back Karen's cell phones. So, of course, Alan Jackson comes in to argue in front of this judge, Judge Doolin, to try to get the phone back. But now I don't believe we were privy to, I don't remember seeing the papers that must have gone back and forth, the motions that must have been filed back and forth, because there's references to these motions, but we don't ever see them. At least I haven't seen them yet, between Alan Jackson and Robert Cosgrove talking about their arguments here. So they're arguing their arguments that were already made in motions to the judge about what should happen with Karen's phones. But that doesn't really end up being what this argument is about. This ends up being an argument about something different, and that's why I want us to take a look at it now. So let's jump into this from Microdos, and then we'll take a look at Alan Jackson and Robert Cosgrove specifically. Here we go.
Yet another hearing over Karen Reid's phones. Unbelievably, the disgraced DA Michael Morrissey is still determined to keep them so he can twist their words like a pretzel into evidence of a non-existent conspiracy between her and Aidan Carney. Just like Michael Morrissey himself.
Now look who's there. Important. So we have Michael Morrissey. This is right after the Brian Walsh trial. Verdict. That image. But I caught something that I want to make sure everybody sees and hears from the interview last week or 2 weeks ago now that Christina Rex did with Greg Connor. So hopefully you can hear this, because this was like very bad sound for this interview for some reason.
Counts of witness intimidation, and most likely I think because of delays, he's going to go to trial under whoever's the next DA. What would your plan be?
Well, so right now there is an independent prosecutor that's been hired by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, retired Judge Cosgrove, that's prosecuting that case. And my understanding was he was hired because the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, not Michael Morrissey, not anyone else, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was conflicted out, and that was determined by the BBO, the Board of Bar Overseers.
Okay, so that wasn't Michael Morrissey's call.
No, my understanding is that they went to the Board of Bar Overseers, got asked for an opinion. They said you're conflicted out.
So this is the Board of Bar Overseers in Massachusetts. This was an office of the Bar Council was established by the Supreme Judicial Court in 1974 as an independent administrative body to investigate and evaluate complaints against lawyers. So according to Greg Connor, his understanding is that the Board of Bar Overseers told Michael Morrissey that he's to be recused from Aidan's case. I'm not so sure that Cosgrove got this memo, though, from the way it sounds. So let's hear what else he has to say.
So you had to get another prosecutor. And so they eventually settled on, retired Judge Cosgrove. And so, if elected, I would just defer to the independent prosecutor. I don't think that you can interfere with that at this point in time, where there's been a decision that it's not the district attorney, it's the office.
Not at all.
Retired Judge Cosgrove, I believe I noticed, let me check my notes to make sure, I believe he donated to your campaign.
Well, I worked with Judge Cosgrove for about 10 years before he became a judge. And he's an excellent judge. He's a very smart person. In fact, he was the person I used to go to for advice when I was in the DA's office.
And the special prosecutor.
So here's the point. There is absolutely, number one, nothing independent about Robert Cosgrove. I mean, nothing. And there's been absolutely no investigation into Aidan Carney or any aspect of this case that is separate from what the DA's office wants him to do. And he himself has admitted it by de facto. And of course, you know that I was loving that Alan Jackson is outing statement analysis as part of his argument. That was like, a highlight for me. So we'll get to that in just a minute.
He assigned to the case Robert Cosgrove. The effort to get the phones is old, broken down, and tired. But in this hearing, they would levy a cheap attack on Alan Jackson's credibility, and we need to set the record straight. You'll remember that these phones were seized by the CPAC unit before the first trial, after they had been stalking her travel in and out of the state for her own safety. Their plan was to arrest her in full public spectacle, to try to make her look guilty and taint the jury pool. But luckily, the grand jury didn't believe a word of it, probably because by this time everyone already knew the Norfolk DA's office was corrupt. We'll jump ahead well into Jackson's argument, shortly before Cosgrove attacks him.
All right, so we're going to switch to now hear the argument with a different camera view. So let's switch this out. Important though, and what an interesting disclosure that we get from Greg Conner. So interesting, because seconds ago, right? That was 2 weeks ago. And then in this argument back and forth between AJ and Cosgrove, we see that according to Cosgrove, there is absolutely no reason for him to have to be independent from the DA's office. That was never a thing, according to him. But not according to Greg Conner, who apparently is very, very aware that they're supposed to be completely separate, according to the bar of whatever overseers. Somebody's not telling the truth, though, huh? Who's not telling the truth? It's almost unbelievable. Like it's almost unbelievable. That's how absurd this all is. It really is, though. It really is. It really is. Almost unbelievable. Okay, here we go. Let's bring this up. Here is Alan Jackson. It's just so nice to hear Alan Jackson. It really makes me very happy. So let's hear what he has to say, and keep in the back of your mind what Greg Conner has just shared with us while you're listening to this. Unbelievable.
Appreciate the time and the court accommodating us this morning for the or this afternoon, I should say, for the purpose of talking about what we filed. I'm going to try not to be repetitive, but I do want to address in no small part, the opposition that the Commonwealth has filed. And really, our motion comes down to a single promise and a single breach of that promise. The promise was independence. That's how we got here. Mr. Cosgrove was appointed on the promise of complete independence from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And on February 19th, in this courtroom, the special prosecutor, I think, slipped and admitted in his own words that the promise had been broken. Everything else in the Commonwealth's opposition, as I read it, is an effort to sort of talk past that fact. And I want to address that in no small part in some order. And I want to start with the standing issue. That's where the Commonwealth leads in their opposition, and I want to lead in my response to that opposition. The Commonwealth's lead argument is basically the conflict, in as much as it might exist, it belongs to Aidan Kearney, not to Karen Reed. It's a clever argument. I can hand it to Mr. Cosgrove for leading with that, because it is clever, but it's also wrong. The warrant doesn't exist in the abstract. It exists because the Commonwealth has advanced a theory, a stated theory on the record that basically...
Wait a sec. Let's just stop and take a look at that argument for a second. So he's saying that in their reply motion, Cosgrove tried to argue, well, that independence didn't apply to Karen Reed in this case, only to Aidan, which it so obviously has been breached. Because in this argument that Cosgrove makes, he argues that there's nothing wrong with not being independent. So he undermines this whole argument anyway, right? So whatever alleged independence was supposed to exist clearly doesn't. I mean, just doesn't, period. And he gave it away by telling us, well, I can't do anything without talking to the DA's office. And of course he's not independent. I mean, hello, if you believe that there's any independence happening, like, no, of course there isn't. So I digress. Let's, we won't hear the whole thing, but we'll hear a big chunk of it, I think.
Karen Reed potentially engaged in some sort of witness intimidation. That's the foundation for what the Commonwealth has suggested precipitated the warrant in the first place. And it's on the strength of that, what we believe is a very flawed and a false theory. They went to a judge of the court and they said, we need a warrant naming her, Karen Reed, and they seized her phones. And today, in this moment, the special prosecutor is actively litigating
Okay, so I have to say this. I know. I just can't not. How is this a legitimate argument? Karen Read is fighting for her life, and in so doing is presenting her argument to the court, her defense, to the very office that is trying to put her in prison for the rest of her life. And somehow that's witness intimidation? It's like enough with this office already. Enough. Like Greg Conner cannot get elected. He cannot get elected, you guys. He can't get elected because this will just get bigger. We'll just get more of this exact same bullshit. He just cannot win. He cannot win.
To keep her phone away from her, out of her possession. So in terms of standing, when the Commonwealth stands up and says Karen Read is basically a stranger to this conflict, she has no standing, this is Aidan Carney's conflict, that's simply not true. I'd ask the court to inquire a few questions of Mr. Cosgrove. Whose phone is it that's at issue? Whose name is on the warrant? Whose privacy is on that device? That's not Karen Read borrowing Mr. Carney's grievance. That's Karen Read asserting in the most direct way that she possibly can her own interests that the law recognizes. The interest in her property, which the government seized and is improperly holding. The legal standards and why we're here. Let's be clear about what the governing law is at the outset, because the entire Commonwealth's opposition depends on the court and in hopes of the court applying the wrong legal standard, which I'm sure it is not want to do. The right one is in place. When the right one is in place, the entire argument by the Commonwealth falters. The rule for prosecutorial disqualification, and I say that with an emphasis on the word prosecutorial because I'm going to get to a point that Mr. Cosgrove cites in his moving papers that is incorrect citation and incorrect application of the law. The rule for prosecutorial disqualification in this Commonwealth is told to us by a couple of cases that we cited in our moving papers and the court has in front of it, PISA and Ellis. And it's not ambiguous in the least. PISA versus PIS.
By the way, I'm sure you guys know this, but look who's in the background, right? Look who's in the top left corner of your screen taking notes. Now, what the hell do you think Diller is doing at all at this hearing? And apparently, I believe I saw this, that he had spent like an hour either outside of the courthouse or hanging around with Cosgrove after the fact. I believe I saw that. I think that's what I saw. What is he doing there? What does this have anything really to do with him? Just saying. Remember what we're doing, right? This is Turtle Boy's witness intimidation case that Karen is visiting because they won't give back her phones after a judge directed them to do so, which is just disgusting. It's like, it's so obviously egregious at this point, right? Egregious.
Versus Commonwealth deals with prosecutorial conflicts of interest that are treated with absolute strictness. And the words matter. No showing of prejudice is necessary by Ms. Read at all. The court does not weigh whether actual harm resulted. It does not weigh whether actual prejudice exists. We don't have to show any of that. The law does not ask whether the conflicted party, in fact, changed any outcome. We don't have to show that. And Ellis completes that rule by saying that a prosecutor's discretionary choices have to be, and this is the important part of that language, completely and utterly unaffected by any private interests in fact, or, and this is the big whopper, in appearance. It's those two words that I want to focus on for a quick second. In appearance. That phrase is the whole case. The law does not ask whether the special prosecutor, whether Mr. Cosgrove was actually influenced by Mr. Morrissey or anybody else in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. It asks very simply whether the public looking at this arrangement can have utter confidence that he was not in any way influenced by the DA's office.
Whether or not the public can have confidence that he was not influenced by the DA's office? Cosgrove? It is just so unimaginably unjust.
In other words, the law asks a very, very clean question, Judge Doolin, and the answer is very clearly as clean. It is no. The public cannot have that confidence. And I ask the court to just hold that law in the back of its mind for a second as I talk about the next point of the argument, which is the actual indication, the evidence of the breach of that promise. And this is because of the facts of the case. There is a breach because of the facts, and the facts are not very friendly to Mr. Cosgrove's position. And they're also not in dispute because they came right out of the special prosecutor's mouth. On February 19th, from the podium, Attorney Cosgrove told the court that he would basically sit down with the district attorney's office. He was going to go through all of their options. They would weigh the pros and cons of all their options and discuss those pros and cons and then get back to the court in due course. His actual language is this, and I'll quote him. Quote, "I'd like to take some time to look at Judge Krupp's decision and to meet with the district attorney's office, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. I intend to do that within a week or so and discuss with them our various options. And we are going to give, are we going to give the cell phone back? Are we going to move for reconsideration? Are we going to file a notice of appeal? And when I've done that, I'll get back to you as soon as possible." End quote. Those personal pronouns.
Let's see if, and I believe that Microdots has this argument right here. So let's see if we don't hear it from the horse's mouth.
The point he's trying to make now is that Special Prosecutor Cosgrove was assigned because of a conflict of interest the DA has. So if the DA had any influence over the Special Prosecutor, then he needs to recuse himself from the case. No showing of prejudice is required. What's important is the appearance of it, which harkens back to the time the defense petitioned Judge Cannoni to recuse herself over the appearance of a conflict of interest, which absolutely existed, but she completely ignored.
What they're saying right there, Morrissey sucks.
The reason public perception is the standard is because once the people lose confidence in the system, it completely falls apart. And no one can argue that that's exactly what's happened here in Norfolk County over the past 4 years. It's the stunning disregard for actual conflicts of interest that's disgraced the DA's office and turned nearly everyone against them.
We just got Judge Krupp's decision. I'd like to take some time to look at it and to meet with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. I intend to do that within a week or so and discuss with them our various options. Are we going to get the cell phone back? Are we going to move for reconsideration? Are we going to file a notice of appeal? And when I've done that, I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
So the question is, I mean, this is to me really interesting for a lot of reasons. Not only because obviously there is no independence when it comes to this particular decision, but very obviously the language from Cosgrove here gives away the fact that there is no independence at all. At all. It's we, or we. I mean, you guys know, you know. So one of the things that we're going to hear from Cosgrove, one of the things that Cosgrove gets up and argues is, Judge, if you rule in their favor, then tomorrow Aidan Carney's going to be in here doing the same thing. So you better not rule against me. And it's not lost on me how small this community is and that this puts Judge Doolin in such a tough spot. And if you watch his body language throughout this whole motion, he is uncomfortable as hell. And I'm sure he is because he knows Cosgrove, right? He was a sitting judge. They know each other. And this is tough. It's got to be a tough spot for a judge to be overseeing a case where the other attorney was a judge. So this is putting Doolin in a very tough spot that he clearly does not want to be in and is not comfortable being in. But at this point, what's right is right. And this, to me, seems like a very real problem for the Commonwealth in Aiden's case. Now, I'm not an attorney, obviously. So it seems like it might be a problem to me, though. It really, really does. I mean, there is clearly no independence whatsoever here. None. Just none. I mean, they're not even, it's like the cat's out of the bag, buddy. You screwed up. You screwed up royally, Cosgrove. Royally. Yeah, really bad. So let's go a little bit longer here, and then we'll hear from you guys.
Are you going to give Miss Reed's cell phone back? Well, the unanswered part of that question is, I can't make that decision, Judge, without speaking to the DA's office to find out what they want to do. Number two, are we going to move for reconsideration? Who's we? Him and then the district attorney's office. That's who he was referring to.
Obviously.
The unspoken answer to that question is, I don't know. I got to check with the DA. The third question he posed, are we going to file a notice of appeal? Again, the unspoken answer was, I can't decide that, Judge, not today, because I need to first sit down with the DA's office and figure out what our various options are. It couldn't be any clearer. This is with the completely walled off Norfolk District Attorney's Office, the conflicted office, the office headed by a self-described victim of Miss Reed, Mr. Michael Morrissey. He was the authority Mr. Cosgrove admitted he needed to go to before he could make any other decisions. And there's no other way to read his words. The fact is, he was not authorized, obviously not authorized to make any strategic decision about Miss Reed and her phones until he got prior approval from the very office that was the subject of the conflict. And that's the problem. It's not a good look for the DA's office. It's not a good look for the Commonwealth. It's not a good look for Mr. Cosgrove. And appearance, when I use those words guardedly, it's not a good look because appearance means everything in this case, as we'll see. So Mr. Cosgrove, in his moving papers, he sees the problem, obviously. He's a very intelligent gentleman, a very good lawyer.
And if you haven't heard this yet, or even if you have, I went back and I listened carefully to see, is Alan Jackson being disrespectful? Is he taking personal shots at Robert Cosgrove? You know, is he being underhanded in how he's speaking about him personally? And the answer is absolutely not. In fact, he praises him on a number of occasions. So what's clear, though, is that Cosgrove doesn't like to lose. He doesn't like to have his feet held to the fire. This guy is so arrogant that if this case actually went to trial, I mean, I would almost feel bad for him because he is going to lose so massively and he's not going to see it coming because he's so arrogant and does not understand the opposition. He does not understand what is really going on in this case. He doesn't understand Aiden, and he's not taking the time to look at the details. He's perusing it all, not taking it seriously, assuming that Turtle Boy is like an ass, like beneath him, and that Karen Reed, of course, is responsible for the death of John O'Keefe, of course. Because that's what Morrissey believes. And of course, he's not going to investigate separately from his pal, his lifelong pal, Michael Morrissey, and Greg Connor, his protege. He's going to take them at their word. Right? So when you think about the position that Cosgrove is actually in, it's a great position for Aiden because he is a blowhard. I mean, his arrogance is blinding to the reality of the situation, and it's something that can be leveraged against him to the nth degree. And I'm sure will be if, God forbid, this witness intimidation garbage winds up going to trial.
He sees the problem in the accidental admission, and so he tries for an escape route. His claim now is, no, I was just notifying, I was indicating that I would notify the DA's office about what I intended to do. Except, Judge, that's not what he said. He said, I can't decide until I meet with him and we discuss our various options. That doesn't sound like informing anybody of anything. Certainly doesn't sound like informing anybody of a decision that's already been made. I think the court would agree with that. Rather, it sounds like a conversation inviting everybody to weigh in.
I mean, come on. Like, even Doolin, despite his best effort to want to try to frame this as objectively as possible, it is what it is. I mean, the cat is out of the bag on this.
Everybody is invited to the table. Let's talk about strategy. Then, Judge, I'll get back to you. Mr. Cosgrove actually showed us what's really going on behind the closed doors that we suspected all along.
Right.
So who's really advancing this case? Maya Angelou once said, when someone shows you who they really are, believe them the first time. That is a poignant and pointed statement that I refer the court to, just to say, if someone says something in an unguarded moment, you got to sort of put some stock into it. You got to believe them.
Well, not only that, by the way, but the DA's office is who's really behind this, and they're out for blood. I mean, all they want to do is get Karen Reed for something, some way, somehow. Case in point, why Diller is in the room. Like, they just want to get her any way that they can. And they think that they're entitled to it because Diller is in the room representing the O'Keefe family. So the DA's office is very entitled to their position, right? Which makes this whole thing keep going. Like the little engine that could. They just keep coming back because they believe that they're entitled by the family being against Karen Reed. And I will say, the Vanity Fair transcript helped to shed greater light on the relationship that was already fraught before, January 29th of 2022. It helped us to understand what was going on between John O'Keefe's mother and Karen Reed prior to all of this, which was important information to begin to understand.
Looking to disqualify Mr. Cosgrove from any involvement in the Reed's cell phone issue?
Yes.
Or also, do you believe that you have standing in the case of Commonwealth versus Adam Carney?
So that's a very good question, and I wrote in my notes. The judge is going to ask you, what do you want me to disqualify him from?
That was pretty good.
That is the question. It really is, Judge. Yes. In answer to your question pointedly, he should not, Mr. Cosgrove, and like I said, seems like a kind gentleman, very good lawyer, but he cannot advance the case having anything to do with Karen Reed. Why? Because the investigation, as it is, for whatever that investigation is, the only insight I have, the only crystal ball I can rub, has something to do with this search warrant. So He should have nothing to do with advancing the search warrant. He should be removed altogether because the DA's office is removed altogether. And if, in fact, to answer the next question the court might have, if, in fact, there's another special prosecutor that were to be assigned to this case, God forbid, to complicate matters more, that person should have no communication, no contact with Mr. Cosgrove, nor the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And who should appoint that person?
That's the $64,000 question, Judge. I don't believe that person can be appointed. I believe that this has run its course and that the district attorney's office was supposed to do what it wished to do by hiring an independent special prosecutor. Unfortunately, that independence was magnificently breached, not in a small way, in a big way, in the biggest of ways. And so I think the district attorney's office is not in a position to say, okay, well, I'll do it again. I'll take a mulligan on the first one, and I'll do it again and appoint a second special prosecutor. That search warrant should be dead on arrival because Judge Krupp said the phone has to be returned. Okay. The only reason that Mr. Cosgrove is even following this thread, pulling this thread, is in no small part. As a matter of fact, I would say it's in almost total part because the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office did not want that phone returned.
Right.
Okay, let me call upon Mr. Cosgrove.
Of course.
All right. So before we hear from Cosgrove, let's hear from all of you. It's exhausting, right? I like this. Alan Jackson just makes me feel better. So hearing him is easier than the anti-SLAPP stuff because we don't have to hear from the House defendants and all of this nonsense about intimidating witnesses and, you know, how they're just innocent snowflakes, which of course is obviously just absolute horseshit. Just absolute horseshit. And your dad's favorite mom sends $4.99. Proctor's lawyers also claim they never pointed the finger at Karen as a leak. So Gildea even more so took it upon himself to decide it was Karen. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it looks like, because remember, the first time he referenced directly the 2:52 timestamp on that tweet, and then was corrected, was given the correction, and then did like the swap and was like, oh no, sorry. I wasn't just talking about that. I was also talking about this other tweet. So wasn't entirely honest. And, you know, I guess to Alan Jackson's point, if somebody shows you who they are, believe them. I mean, this guy's already shown us that, you know, like he can't be trusted. He can't take ownership when he's made a mistake. And as a sitting judge, like, you want to be the model. I don't even know this. I'm assuming this because I know how group dynamics work. If I'm going to be the judge, the leader in the room, then I want my behavior to be leading the way. And so if I make a mistake, if I called all these attorneys in, you know, right before a huge holiday on the expense of all of these people, the plaintiffs, right, the defendants in the case, and I made that mistake because I jumped to a conclusion before without having all the information to make a legitimate decision, then I should out that. I should say that. I screwed up. I jumped the gun. But of course, good luck with that, right? If anything, we get what we expect to get from these people. We get what we always get. They double down, and then they double down some more. So it'll be very interesting to see how Gildea ends up ruling in these anti-SLAPP cases. Very interesting, because I tend to think he's going to split the baby, though I cannot imagine, after the way he has treated Aiden Carney here, that he's just going to let Aiden go. I can't, even though his attorney made an incredibly sound argument on the basis of the law. I just can't see this judge letting it go. I mean, look at what he's done because of a couple of tweets that had nothing to do with anything. They have nothing to do with Karen's attorneys. At Kit Gracie sends $4.99. Gildea is incapable of metacognition. Right. So his ego is still filtering into his right. He couldn't admit he was wrong, misled about the tweet. 100%. Right. And again, that's what we keep seeing. It's like what we saw from Canoni. It's what we just keep seeing from these people. Although there was a charade happening with her too. So we had arrogance and we had just like a fundamental dislike for Alan Jackson and for Bob Alessi. My God, she hated Bob Alessi. She just could not even stand him. Like she was like, oh God, as soon as she saw him like get up to make an argument, it was like you could see the smoke started coming out of her ears because he was long-winded and she didn't like that, whatever her issues were. But at the end of the day, there was also this whole facade happening because her marching orders were to do everything she could to tip the scales, right? Like with the very specific, what do you want to call it? Scolding, showing when she was very disappointed in the defense, the exact series of quotes that Robert Cosgrove decides to bring in to this motion on Monday against Alan Jackson. Like, it's so unbelievable. You can't even believe that a person who has been a judge would stoop to such a low as to grab a statement from another judge completely out of context without having any idea what he's talking about and try to use that to put personally Alan Jackson in his place. It's like, talk about showing your character. I mean, Cosgrove's arrogance is extreme. It's much bigger than Gildea's. It's almost amusing to me how arrogant Cosgrove is. It really is. It's amusing. He just really thinks he is like better, smarter, wiser, but so much so that he's like on another, like floating above us all. And that keeps him completely separate and then incapable of comprehending the circumstances in front of him, which is a huge asset to Aidan Carney. Like the fact that he's got Cosgrove as the opposing counsel is like the biggest gift in the world because he is just such a blowhard, really though. So you are absolutely right, Kit. Without a doubt, 100% correct. Hello, Mr. G70 sends $5 concerning the judge. My Italian's friends would say dumb like a fox. I love it. That's hilarious. Yeah, right. I didn't even think about that part. I forgot, right? So he's Italian, isn't he? It's tragic. This is the problem with judges who are, older. Like if you're going to sit on the bench and rule in cases like this, you have to know what we're talking about. And the way that he's mischaracterizing or misinterpreting or misunderstanding what social media is, it's like, this is the guy that's making these decisions? So scary. It's so scary. And this is just like, what's even more terrifying to think about is like, this is one courtroom in a civil case, one snapshot, and it's going on all day long across the country. God only knows how many of these types of situations there are right now. It's crazy and overwhelming to think about. Thank you so much, Mr. G70. At Casey Durlia, TUCF sends $1.99. Karen Reed played Turtle Boy about Colin. No, she won't sue Colin. Karen Reed played Turtle Boy about Colin. No, she won't sue Colin. Okay, let's see if we get more insight here. At Casey sends another $1.99, says, why did Karen reverse her opinion on Colin and not sue? I don't know. I cannot answer that. My guess would be that if you are going based on evidence, Karen's feelings were, well, we don't have enough. I think I could probably make an argument that there is enough, but Karen's probably thinking, well, we'll get discovery and we'll see if we can get the documents. And then if there is evidence, we'll use it, right? We'll amend the complaint or whatever. But I don't think Karen has changed her opinion as to whether or not Colin was involved. As she said in her interview with Vanity Fair, if Colin wasn't involved, then he can sue me. And that's exactly what he's doing. So hopefully, eventually, he'll come back from the military, although I'm sure, without a doubt, he's going to try to make every decision that Colin makes from now on is going to be to like get as far away from this series of hearings as he can for as long as he can. So don't be surprised when you find out that Colin is on the other side of the world, some, far-reaching place where like there's no telephones so that nobody can get access to him, because that's what's going to happen next with Colin. That's their big scheme. Try to keep Colin away from the world for as long as possible so that he doesn't ever get dragged through the middle of this. The only problem with that is that they put his name as the plaintiff bringing a legal case against Karen Read. So they're super smart, right? This is all, again, remember, this is all Brian Albert and his, his conniving little ways. I know. We'll have Colin sue, and then we'll just put him in the military where he can abscond and never come back until the end of it, until it's all over and we won. Oh, these people. So tired of them. I'm so tired of them. Villanelle 27 sends 5 I Don't Belong Here memberships. Did I see this, Villanelle? Oh my God, you are so generous. Oh, I don't know what to say, you guys. You're so kind. I really don't know what to say sometimes. It's like so kind. I saw this. I would love to know what you guys think about this. This is completely off topic, but Chris Cuomo said something. Now, I have mixed feelings about Chris Cuomo, but he said this and I completely agree with it and was surprised to hear it come out of his mouth. So he was making an argument, and I forget even what it was in reference to, but he was talking about why he decided to enter into the true crime space. And he was saying that, he doesn't like the way true crime is covered as it stands on YouTube. So he needed to jump in and like do it his way, right? Whatever. I think he wants to pretend to be more objective and get people, which I'm grateful for. I'm glad that people like Steve and Natalie Sharilla feel comfortable enough with Chris Cuomo to go on his show and do what they did. So thank you, Chris, for that. But nonetheless, he's trying to, play the down the middle guy. Fine. But then he said, and this true crime space is the only place left where it's not polarized, where it's not about left and it's not about right, where everyone comes together for some other thing, with some other purpose in mind. And I thought, that's insightful. Wow, Chris Cuomo coming with the big insight, because that's true. Like, I was losing hope in humanity and then started this channel simply because I couldn't sit through another freaking Karen Read trial by myself. I thought I was going to combust. I was making like lists of like meditation and all these breathing resources just because I didn't know how I was going to get through each day. And so I started the channel before the trial just to have a place to go with all of what was going on. And you guys are just so wonderful, and everyone is so kind and just so compassionate, and doesn't matter about all the other bullshit, right? Like, I have friends in this space, some that are like extreme MAGA people, some that are extreme progressives, and it doesn't matter. Everyone comes together and just, because we believe in something that sort of somehow supersedes all the bullshit. So I was moved by that. I was like, wow, maybe that's true. Maybe true crime is the only the only space on the internet that has somehow kept itself sort of outside of that mainstream, whatever you want to call it, battle. It's been my experience, so I can't argue. I can't say it isn't true. So far, at least it's been true for me. So you guys are amazing, and I so appreciate you. Look, just to go back to Casey and the questions about Colin, it's a very big discussion. That's why I have so many videos about Colin. That's why I have spent so much time trying to rule him out. I have tried. I have put my heart and soul into ruling Colin out as having absolutely nothing to do with the death of John O'Keefe. I wanted him not to be in the house. The problem is their testimony. The problem is that what I use first and foremost as evidence for me personally, just me personally, is their testimony, is the witness statements. And if I am going based on Colin Albert's witness statement, he was involved. And not only that, if I then take the next step and I go to his parents as the next extension of him, and I say, okay, well, maybe his parents will tell us the truth and they'll absolve him of any wrongdoing. No, what you get from them is an explosion of garbage, just absolute bullshit by any measure that anyone can see, because they tell us that Chris is home by 12:10, and then we see him in the bar with John at 12:13 and 45 seconds. And then they're immediately running up the stairs and jumping into bed. And Julie's getting kissed from her 25-year-old sons, because she never goes to sleep until they come and give her a kiss goodnight. I mean, the whole thing is such bullshit. It is such bullshit, overwhelming bullshit. But that's not all. So once you get past those three, then we have the obscene lying that comes from Julie Nagel. I mean, if you want to see lying and you want to see bad lying, just go watch Julie Nagel. It's I still owe Julie and Sarah thank you cards, because if it wasn't for their unimaginable and terrible job at lying, it would have been harder for me personally to come to the conclusion as to what has happened to John O'Keefe. So I really need to get them some thank you cards. But anyway, so the point is there's nobody, when they mention Colin, who isn't lying in relationship to the trials. So the fact that everybody, including Allie, cannot tell the truth, systematically is incapable of speaking anything true that is related to Colin. And then that's just the trial stuff. Then there's all this crazy behavior after the trials. It gets to the point where in order for me to believe that he was not involved, I have to just systematically ignore everybody's lying. Everybody. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for years. That's the truth. That's what I would have to do. I have to just completely overlook it. And because I can't do that, I can't write him out of the house. And until I get some kind of legitimate evidence, and even then, it would be very hard for me to believe because of their lying. If I was to get evidence, it would have to also match what they're lying about. Because is there an argument to be made? Sure, that he was there, but he wasn't involved. And they're just so worried about him looking like he was involved that they all lied egregiously over and over again to make it seem like he wasn't there, because they don't want him because of his reputation as this punk kid who got into fights. They don't want him to look like he was involved. Could you make that argument? Sure. That was the argument that I made for a long time. But to make that argument, I have to completely ignore Colin's own testimony. That's the problem. I'd have to completely ignore Colin and his own words and statements. Because when you ask Colin about that night, where he was, when he was there, and what he was doing, he is lying soup to nuts. He is lying with every breath. And it's not like you need to have any kind of training to see it. I mean, it's as clear as day. So somebody make me an argument to get Colin out of the house. I am more than happy to hear it, but you got to find a way. I mean, you got to get past all this complete fabrication to do it. At Tammy Lynn's Narts 2018 sends $5. The back of John's hands were bruised because he didn't want to fight a minor. My mind is blown. The back of John's hands were bruised because he didn't. In other words, someone saying that he went like these were defensive wounds. Is that what we're saying? That the back of his hands were bruised because he was like defending himself like this? Maybe. Could be. Not impossible. At Andrea P356, hi Andrea, sends $1.99. Who do you think took the pics of Chris and Julie? That's a great question. I wondered that too. I'd have to really think about that more. The only reason why I even consider Colin is because he's reluctant to tell us, right? He pretends when he's asked, because he's asked. I think he's asked directly during his testimony who took that picture, and he pretends like he doesn't know. But I would love to know the answer to that. And it's a great question. Do I think it was Colin? Hard for me to imagine that like Colin is hanging out with mom and dad and they're like, oh, I know, let's go over to, I have a hard time imagining that it's Colin, but the fact that he's so hesitant to tell us is a little weird. So it's a good question though. And I definitely did think about it. I definitely stopped and thought, geez, who could have taken that picture? I mean, I even was like, all right, could they have timed it? Something like that. But no, I'm sure there was somebody there to take it. Could have been anybody. Could have been their oldest son. I mean, could have been anybody. Could have been Jen. Could have been a friend. Could have been who the hell knows. It is interesting, though. It really is. At Balancing Debits and Credits sends $10. Hi, Sam. Always looking forward to Wednesdays. How would you question Jen if you had the opportunity? Oh, my God, I would love to question Jen. Or who would you love to question? What would be your strategy to draw out the lies? This is sort of counter, right? It's counter to what might be my desire. Just, intuitively, I would want to go at them aggressively. But I think in order to get the information, I will tell you that in all of my analysis, the overwhelming majority of the most important details come on direct because everybody feels safer when they're being examined by their own attorney and their guard is down. So they're willing to give you a lot more information. And that's where most of my analysis for all the John O'Keefe stuff came from, direct. In most cases, I didn't even go near cross-examination for a while because you get so much more information on direct because their guard is down. So if I were going to be doing the questioning, I think a lot of what I'd be doing would be baselining. So you got to get all the softball questions, right? And what you're doing in order to get at the truth, get them to talk. Just get them to say as much as possible talking. Because the truth is this is like, if anybody's ever done EMDR in the chat, you don't have to tell us, but if you've ever done any kind of therapy like that, where it doesn't matter, like people get very worried that if we don't start with the right trigger question or the right memory, that we won't get to the important stuff. But that's not the way that your mind works, not the way the brain works. inevitably we're going to get to the important stuff, especially if it's the thing that they don't want you to know. Because the entire time that they're talking, if somebody's being deceptive, they're holding in their mind that thing that they know they can't tell you. That's why we see so much leakage, right? So she's going to be the entire time. Don't tell them about this. Don't tell them about this. So it doesn't matter what you get her talking about. You can get her talking about any aspect of the case, any moment, any time, before, during, after. It almost doesn't matter because inevitably she's going to give it all away. And the more talking that they do, the more they're going to give away. And then you take all of that and all you have to do is ask a couple of questions around the time of the crime, and you're just going to get an enormity of information. It reminds me of the moment that I fell in love with Alan Jackson, really, because he's, I love Alan Jackson. Like, David Unetti is just a great human being, and every one of these attorneys are amazing. And I love Bob Leslie. Like, I love all these people, right? They're amazing. But he became my favorite the moment that he was cross-examining Brian Higgins and started to get Brian Higgins talking about integrity and, being in the military and being a medic. He's like, yeah, I'm also a trained medic, right? And he like leans in and he gets him to lean in to this part of him that feels a lot of pride about being a person of service, right? Whether you're a firefighter, whether you're in the military, whether you're in the ATF, law enforcement, right? He gets him connected to that and then mentions the dead body, seeing a guy, 6'2" man bleeding out on the lawn right in front of the Jeep. And it's like, you see his face. It's just this soul crushing moment of guilt and despair that immediately shows on Brian Higgins' face. That's kind of how it's done, right? If you can get somebody talking and talking and talking, and then slowly kind of get them more emotional, that's when you're going to, really get them on the hook. We also saw him do that a million times with Jennifer McCabe in many different, like that one, was it the first day just before lunch where he starts asking about Chloe? And then he starts asking about, how did you know, you see a guy who's dead on the front lawn of your sister's house. The lights are off. Nobody's answering the phone. And you don't go in to see if they're okay. Right. And he just, he gets her on the hook. He's so good at it. He's so good at it. Just the best in that very specific way. So it doesn't matter. So to answer your question in a very roundabout way, it doesn't matter. Just get them talking, be as kind as you can to make them comfortable, to get them talking. That's all that matters. The more words that come out, the more bullshit you're going to get from them. And the more comfortable they feel, the more you're going to be able to drop the guard and then kind of go in for the kill. Because you only really need like these little moments. Think about it. Just the look on Brian Higgins' face told us immediately he's involved. I mean, there's no question. That is a look of overwhelming guilt. That is the look of a man who feels unimaginable guilt, right? Guilt and shame and just soul crushing. And there it is. Yeah. And it comes and it goes quick. And then he gets angry and you see the anger come back on his face. He's like, he got me, So classic moments, but that's the answer. The answer is just get them talking as much as possible. That's what we want. It doesn't make a freaking difference. I think about the difference between Sarah Levinson, trial 1 and trial 2. Sarah Levinson is asked, what was the new plan? So, right, this is the question she gets from both Adam Lally and Hank Brennan. What was the new plan after Julie went out and came back in, right? Trial 1, the new plan, the answer is Jen and Matt McCabe are going to take us home. Trial 2, we get 200 plus words, and Hank Brennan has to actually cut her off and stop her from continuing to talk. Because remember, trial 2, she's playing the part of Julie Nagel. So she has to try to get in all of Julie's stories. And that difference is, when I tell you, that is incriminating. It is so, there's no word for how incriminating that is. It is like a total giveaway. It's like she gave it all away in the difference between her statement, trial 1 versus trial 2. It's profound. And they all do it, you guys. They all do it because people that are being deceptive, because they're not sociopath. That's the thing. They're not sociopathic. Like, they're just regular people. Now, they have all kinds of issues. Don't get me wrong. But sociopathy isn't on the list. So even Brian Albert is horrendously bad at lying. Horrendously bad. It's wild. It's like mind-blowing. Really is. I'll tell you too, it is fun. Like, when I'm really locked in and I'm in their testimony, it's draining, but it's so fun because it's like, whoa, you start pulling all the layers and it's like, you start to see what they're really saying. It's crazy. It blows my mind even as I'm reading. It's crazy. At Lynn Jennings. Hi, Lynn Jennings. 8390 sends $10. Totally understand your need to focus your time on finishing your degree. I know, it's so terrible. But gotta say how much I miss seeing your videos daily. When you post anything, it's like Christmas for me. Yippee. Oh, thank you so much. I'm working really hard on trying to get a bunch of videos moving so that, because you can feel the dread. It's like big dread is coming over me. Because yes, you're absolutely right. There's all this stuff that I am leaning more into with school, and it's horrible, Lynn. Absolutely horrible. So I am trying, though, to, try to get as much video stuff in as I can. And part of the problem right now with videos is there's so much going on. It's hard to know where to put my attention, like where the best use of my attention is. And that's part of the challenge. I'm like, what do I want to focus on? Do I want to focus on, for example, I started looking at an analysis of the Tyler Robinson trial and the Lance Twiggs stuff, or Luna, whatever, to see whether there was deception there. And so I don't know. There's an endless sea of possibilities in terms of deception detection. And I'm always like, what do I want to get into? So that's kind of part of what's been a little bit of an issue lately too, is like, where do I want to land? So I hear you though, and I promise I'm working on it. At Mr. G70 sends $5. You doing Colin telling everyone he has to leave and go wake mommy and daddy? Oh, that's so funny. You doing Colin telling everyone he has to leave and go wake mommy and daddy to kiss them goodnight is hysterical. It never gets old. It's too much. You guys, I was with Julie. I went back and I realized I never finished. You never saw the whole Julie Albert analysis because I couldn't get through it. I was like peeing my pants. I was laughing so hard. So I had to cut a lot of it out, and you never saw it. So I have to go back and finish it because it's too much. It is it's one thing, and they sell it pretty well at a very superficial level. But as soon as you think about it for any length of time, and then you start scratching away, you're like, wait a minute, this is, oh my God, it's too much. The whole thing is too much. Like your sons are 25. It's too much. Yeah, I hear you. It is too much. It's just such an avalanche of garbage. Really, really. And Old Black Lady sends $5. The NCDO is and has been lying pieces of shit. These people been in the house are guilty. I know. I know. It's very tough to take. All very tough to take. It really, really is. Really is. Really is, dear. Thank you so much. Really is. So tough to take. And the fact that with these the civil hearings, you have to take whatever their original what's it called? Not argument, but whatever the original complaint is, you have to take it as fact. You have to assume it's true. That's very difficult to do because you're like, no, but it isn't true. And it's just not true. I mean, it's just absolutely not true. And obviously we know it's not true, but we have to sit there and take it. Like, okay, we'll pretend we can all play this game. I just can't wait till we get some of these answers, right? Where are we going here? What's going to make it to the next, stage of the game? What's not? Let's get there already. And I'm sure for Aiden, it's got to be hard. It can't be easy every day, kind of like trying to just stay as much in the present as possible, not, get too far out ahead, trying to focus on making money, keeping up with these ridiculous legal bills, just getting through it. But also, like, they're bringing criminal charges against him. And it's just so dishonest. That's really what it is. They just don't like him, period. They don't like him. Just disgusting. It's just like the perfect example of the government doing exactly what it's not supposed to do, using its power to single out somebody they don't like for saying things they don't want them to say, and then using all of their power and resources to take him down. That is what they are doing to Aiden, and it is beyond disgusting. That's the truth. At Patricia Purdom 0. I'm trying to spell this out. Patricia Perdomo 3978 sends 300. No, stop it. Uruguayan dollars. I don't know what a Uruguayan dollar is, but I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Watching from Uruguay. I love your videos and your way of analyzing and explaining things. Well, Patricia, my favorite thing in the whole world is to see all of us from all over the world coming together. I just think it is so cool. It is so cool to me. So I appreciate you watching. Thank you so much for your support. How cool is it that you're in Uruguay and I am here in Connecticut and we're, rowing the boat in the same direction. I just think that's freaking amazing. Thank you so, so much. You guys are amazing. Just amazing. At J Malls 3306 became a member. Welcome, J Malls 3306. We're super excited to have you. And welcome to all the members. If I didn't call you out because I didn't see you, I hate it, but sometimes my stream just starts over and I don't get to see all the new members. So if I didn't name you, I apologize, but I am super excited that you are here. Yay. And we have a lot of new member what do they call emojis coming, and we're working on a whole bunch of new emojis, so you're going to be seeing them all very soon. Also, at Betsy Starry sends 499. Hi, Sam. Veriscope did an amazing analysis I saw of the Matt McCabe letter to the DA. I did see it. Absolutely. Thank you so much for mentioning it. If you haven't seen it, Veriscope's letter, Matt McCabe analysis, definitely check it out. Love you, and thanks for everything. And thank you for your support, and thanks for mentioning that because it is very interesting. Let me think for a second. What were some of the big? There was a couple of really interesting takeaways. Yeah. So one of the things that, and I believe this came out of the Matt McCabe letter. One of the things that Matt does, and this is a big tell, and I just pointed this out before I got to this video from Veriscope. Like yesterday, it just came out. It's relatively new because the FOIA request, the letter just came out a few weeks ago. So one of the things that I was pointing out in the Mackenzie Sharilla case was that Natalie does this, like the mother. She speaks very generally and infers like it's specific. So she makes it sound like she's talking about her daughter, but she's not. She's speaking like in these broad generalizations. And Matt does that in the letter too, which is a big indicator of deception. So there's a lot of really interesting things in Matt's letter. And all I keep thinking when I'm listening to it, when I read it on its face, that same thing of like Brian Albert trying to, represent like justice for JJ. It's such like total crap. Like, these are not people that were friends with John O'Keefe. They don't give a shit about John O'Keefe. They don't give a shit about his family. Could care less, obviously, about his children. So concerned about protecting themselves that you have the audacity. Like, think about how absolutely revolting that is and what they're hanging their hat on, what they're banking on is that no matter what evidence ever comes to light, no matter who brings it, they're just going to be so embedded in the fabric of the O'Keefe's DNA by the time that evidence emerges that nobody will believe it. They won't believe it anyway. The O'Keefes will be on their side. Just gotta pray that, justice prevails. What else can we do? Follow the evidence, pray that justice prevails, and the truth comes out. But here's something that is worth noting. How many of these police have fallen? So keep in mind that everything, if you're coming at this from the O'Keefe side, right? You're on the other side, you think Karen did this. The entire case rests on the shoulders of the credibility of the police department. All of the police, right? Brian Tully, Yuri Buchanan, Michael Proctor, because of course they didn't plant evidence. Chief Berkowitz, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and then the Canton PD. Michael Lank, and of course Sean Goody, who is like the worst human being on planet Earth. Mike Lank, who has a long-standing, there's a cricket, like a little baby grasshopper, long-standing relationship, with the Alberts. Like, he's known Chris since he was in middle school. And interesting, this is something else that I want to make sure to mention, and I will keep mentioning it because I think it's becoming increasingly important to me. And I've always known that Chris ran for town select board because of this case, because he wanted to protect Colin, because he wanted to have his finger on the pulse of the police department, and he thought this was a way to do it. I've always known that. I've always believed it with my whole heart. He gives it away in his testimony. Once again, on direct, he gives it away. No, on cross, I think it's on cross. He's like, yeah, I'm new here, whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. He gives it away on cross-examination. But I'm starting to realize that Chris may have been a more central figure in like the cover-up piece of it, in that he has a tremendous number of connections in that town. Like, he's friends with everybody because he's the pizza shop guy. And he's a talker, and he's friendly, and he's likable, right? He's likable. He's kind of like the goofy, drunk guy that, round of shots for everybody. Let's do fireball shots, right? So people like him. And it's starting to kind of register with me that he may be like a more central figure in the protection aspect of the case, right? Like, people are far more willing to go to bat to protect you if you are likable. No, couldn't have been Chris. He's the pizza guy. We talk sports, He's friends with Mike Lang going back to middle school. Now, just to be clear, apparently, and I learned this from Canton Chronicles recently, because he knows them, all went to school together. Chris went to Catholic school. So he like split at high school. He went to Catholic school for high school. So like this whole cohort, including Michael Lank, went to public school, Canton High School, and he went kind of a different way just for high school. But make no mistake, this is a very small community, and Chris is at the center of this community. He loves this community. This is why his way of dealing with it wasn't to go buy a cabin in Maine like his brother. His way of dealing with it was to run for the select committee and try to be like on top of what's going on. And the fact that he repeatedly denies, like, Chris is so, like, he is so connected to law enforcement that in his mind, when he's asked, well, you come from a law enforcement family, right? He's like, no, I wouldn't agree with that. Only 2 of my 7 brothers are cops. It's such a funny answer because I think he means it, because in other words, what it highlights is he's so connected to police that he doesn't realize not everybody has 2 police officers in their sibling cohort, right? Not everybody hangs out every weekend with cops and drinks at the bar. Not everybody even knows police officers, right? Like, you're already in a very specific subset of the world if you know that many cops. If you know 2 police officers, let alone have them be your siblings, you're already kind of in this very small percentage of the world. And I think it's fascinating that he doesn't get it. Like, it's like, no, I don't agree with that. I don't know that many cops. Oh, these people. They're too much. Like, they're too much. But they're the thing about it is, and this is really the thing, guys, like, they're just not smart enough to, like, not out themselves. And that's the truth. They're just not smart enough to not out themselves. So if you're really analyzing what they're saying, you know, you're going to get a tremendous amount of information. Now, the problem is, here is something, though. I will say this. Keep this in mind. Alan Jackson, and this is part of why I wanted to bring it up tonight. Alan Jackson, in this argument with Robert Cosgrove, which we'll continue to take a look at, because I think Cosgrove's argument is even more telling than AJ's. Think about what it actually is that he's bringing forth. He's doing a statement analysis. Alan Jackson is arguing a analysis of Cosgrove's statement and using that to prove that he is in bed with Michael Morrissey in the DA's office and that there's no independence. And it's completely valid because that's exactly what it shows. He gave it away and then has to backtrack and make that okay somehow. So he ends up trying to have it both ways. In a motion, he argues that, well, he really didn't, he was only not independent when it came to Karen Reed, but it didn't extend over to Aiden. But then in court argues that didn't matter anyway because there was no assumption of independence, which is just absolutely not true, according to Greg Connor. So somebody's not telling the truth. Might be a judge named Robert Cosgrove being a little dishonest, thinking, well, I'll get away with it because I'm a judge. Scary stuff. At Gay McCaffey sends $4.99. Yes, I changed my name from Pisces. Yes. From first time signing up with YT, pronounced Grammy without the R, Gammy. Oh, I like it. Gammy. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's so cute. Yes. Oh, I think immediately gamey because I think of like gaming. So I love Gammy. I'm so glad you told me that. That's adorable. I just think of like a little boy. Gammy, right? That's adorable. Oh, big hugs to your grandson. That's very, very sweet. Thanks for letting us know. Very, very sweet. At Lisa Bailey, 6656 sends $5. I adore you, Samantha. You're the best on all of YouTube. You're too kind. Too kind. Indeed. Too kind. Thank you so much, Lisa Bailey. You are just too kind. At Kit Gracie, hello Kit, sends $4.99. Proctor's attorney sent tweet to Gildea. It's against judicial ethics for him to do outside research. Non-parties pulling strings on non-tech savvy judge. Absolutely. Yeah, and I wonder, Kit, like, who was the person that sent it? Because I very seriously doubt that Proctor's attorney came up with it on his own. That guy does not strike me as somebody who was like, oh, I know, we'll use the UTC time code, like timestamp. I just don't, like, I have to believe that this was completely contrived by one of the foreskin girls, Jen McCabe, you know, Masshole Mafia, like somebody, one of those people. They're the only ones that I can actually see being like, oh, we'll get Aiden, because they care so much about ruining Aiden's life. It does strike me as like a little pathological. Like if I were a friend of Kate Peter, you know, it's not great for your mental health or for your physical health as an extension of mental health to spend so much time hating somebody and operating from a position of trying to take another person down in the way that she is so obsessed. And the thing that's a little different about that team and like Diller and Masshole Mafia and the Tuesday group is that there's unscrupulousness. There's no guardrails. It doesn't matter if what they're saying is true or not true. It doesn't matter if they're going to, you know, misrepresent the intention by changing the program titles for Aiden's shows. It doesn't matter if they're going to just completely manufacture what really happened between Lindsay Gattani and Aiden and try to get her to say that he beat her or something horrible, which didn't happen. Like they don't care about honesty, about integrity. All she cares about, specifically Kate Peter, is bringing down Turtle Boy. And that is just unhealthy. Like if I were a friend or a family member of hers, I would say, you know, this is not a healthy position. It's not good for you. It's not good for your mind. It's not good for your body. It's not good for your soul to spend this much time like coming up with ways to actively try to hurt and ruin another person dishonestly. Like that's just not, this is like Hank Brennan being so desperate that he tries to pass off John O'Keefe's hoodie as not being, you know, cut by a medical examiner or a crime scene tech, but as road rash, right? To try to prove a point about Rescue Randy or whatever it was. Like that's not good. That's an act of just sheer desperation. And it doesn't sit well with finders of facts. It doesn't sit well with judges, doesn't sit well with jurors, it doesn't sit well with the public. It just doesn't sit well. And one thing I will say, Michael Morrissey is on the clock. I mean, this is almost over. He's got 6 months left on, you know, his term. And the only thing about that is that what do you have left to lose? At this point, who cares? Who cares what you do? Because you're about to exit stage left in the public spotlight to sail into the sunset of retirement. And that does kind of, it makes me a little nervous because desperate people, well, you know, they're willing to do desperate things. And I think it was my fiance who brought up, you know, just you got to pray that this election is honest. Now, I don't want to get into that whole world of, you know, election scamming and all of that, but it wasn't a unvalid point, right? It wasn't completely invalid. It's certainly worth, I guess, bringing up, because desperate people, they do desperate things, especially when they have nothing to lose. So I'm not saying that, they're going to rig the election, but I am saying that it's something we should probably all keep our eyes out for, because, we got to keep these people honest, because they're just not going to do it themselves. Look at Diller. Look at how quick this guy was to misrepresent what Karen said so obviously in that recording. She so obviously was not saying what Diller was telling us she said. So obviously. And then when he was busted, he tried to switch out the audio clip that he sent to the judge. It's just dishonest. It's dishonest. And it strikes me that these people must believe there's going to be no recourse, because they keep doing it over and over again. So they got to believe that somebody's in their corner somewhere high up, right? What's the harm then? Just like the witnesses. And one of the things, you guys, that kills me, it kills me, it freaks me out. It gets me very distracted whenever I'm doing analysis of testimony from the Karen Reed trials. Each and every one of these people completely look to the prosecutor to object anytime they do not like a question. Anytime. Doesn't matter what the question is. Doesn't matter if it's a valid reason to object. They don't like the question. They just immediately look over in Lally's direction or in Hank's direction. Doesn't matter if it's at Lally or Hank. They don't care. Somebody told them, if you get in trouble, just look my way and I'll object. Very sad. Very sad stuff, you guys. Very, very sad. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $2. Diller is as dirty as Tully IMO. Yeah. I mean, yeah. And like, Tully's not great at being dirty. He's really not. He's a total asshole. I mean, Brian Tully is like the world's biggest asshole. He really is. But he's not great at being deceptive. He's not. If you go back and you watch the cross-examination where he swears, up and down that he said one thing on during his direct testimony, and then it turns out he didn't say that at all, about the images that he took of the taillight and which pieces came in which order and the whole thing. Just totally BS. And it just happened. So it was like, but we can just rewind the tape and we know that that's not what happened. And then he has to kind of backtrack and, he's like forced to confront the fact that he wasn't being honest. But Diller has like a different vibe. There's something off about Diller. There is something off about Diller. I don't know what it is. There's something a little off about this guy. And I think it has to do with feeling entitled by representing the family. It makes sense that he thinks he's in the right, and self-righteous anger is a little dangerous. It can get you into very serious trouble. It really can. Really can. At Virtual Juror. Hi, Virtual Juror. We've been together 8 months. Happy 8 months anniversary. Oh my God, it's so crazy. Vinnie Politan believed she was guilty. You may have seen Melanie's face. He lost me there. Vinnie Politan believed who was guilty? You may have seen Melanie's face. He lost me there. Wait, believed Karen was guilty? Vinnie Politan believed that she was guilty. I am very confused because I don't remember ever seeing that. I don't remember him ever actually outright saying that. I feel like he was trying so hard to stay neutral and not come out one way or the other. So that's very surprising to me. If that's true, I'm going to go back and look for it because, like there were so many times. I mean, he was in the crowd. He was, I was right in front of him for a while during the verdict watch. And he was, had a very warm reception in the crowd. So I'm a little surprised to hear that. Very surprising. At Pattis 7096 sends a $9.99. Can you please consider analyzing the judge's facial expressions during AJ's brilliant argument? Yeah. There's videos showing AJ, and yes, absolutely. Yes, Judge Doolin. I did do just a little analysis. It's so obvious that he is like doing everything he can not to really pay attention. He's like flipping through papers. He keeps sinking low. He keeps getting lower and lower as the argument goes on. It's so clear that he does not want to be there. He wants no part of this. And I have to believe that it's because he knows Cosgrove well. Remember, this is an incredibly small community. I was watching the Lindsay Clancy preliminary hearing, the last of, before jury selection over the last few days. And one of the things that the judge in that case says out loud is, listen, we've all worked together before, like we've all tried cases before. And so we know how, we work, and I'm sure we'll be able to work in that capacity again. And it struck me, I'm sure that's not odd, very standard operating procedure all over the US because, let's face it, communities are small. There's only so many judges, there's only so many, defense attorneys, and only so many prosecutors. So it happens all the time that you're in the, same courtrooms with the same people. But it does highlight just how well these people know each other. And how do you separate that from? How do you separate that? How do you not consider, I got to face this guy in 2 months. I got another case with them pending. I got to go to some breakfast in 2 weeks that they're going to be at. They sit on some board that has power over me. That's the problem with all of this. You want it to be all based on the law, but is it? Of course not, because these are humans. These are humans. And I think this argument with AJ and Cosgrove does kind of shine a light on that a little bit. So we are going to take a fervent break so I can run to the restroom. Then we're going to come back, and I want to listen to Cosgrove because it's very telling, and it's very important, and I want to make sure we get it in. And if I have time, probably not tonight, but maybe what I will do is do a much deeper dive into the language here, because I guarantee you that it gives it all away. I mean, it is like, as smart as he is, he's not that smart, because again, he thinks he's holier than thou. He thinks he's bigger, smarter, better than all of us, that we're kind of just like peons in his world. And he doesn't owe us anything. He doesn't have to, he can make any argument he wants. And just because of who he is, and because of his tenure, and because of his wisdom, and because of his relationships, none of it matters anyway. And it's going to bite him in the butt big time. Hugely. Okay, so we're going to do our little fervent break, and we will be right back. And this song And I know Emily C loves this song, but my daughter loves this song too. So this one that we're going to start off with our fervent break is actually for my daughter tonight, who for some reason started taking a liking to this song and has been singing it all week. So Penelope, this one is for you. So let me bring it up and let's get this one going. Okay. Is this it? Why do I see? It's so weird. My screen turned to black. Must be like on a different setting. I've never seen it before, but all of a sudden my screen went into like nighttime mode and now it's harder for me to see everything. So I think this is the right button. Let's find out. Is this it?
The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident there's no corruption. So what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frame Karen Reed and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. That's the life of a proctor defender. Woo! That's the life of a proctor defender. Please, Judge, don't let these texts out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the MEA? Not so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew they're gayer than the flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate. Cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black. And as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh,
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a proctor defender.
I put you on a pretty list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Your AJ's dangerous. Ooh, oh baby, I was born for this.
Yeah, I brought the West Coast to Dedham. Nobody is safe from my verbal venom. Put a witness on the stand and watch me shred them. Have them praying for peace, like the name John Lennon. A lawyer to match me? Well, I ain't met him. Don't believe me? Just ask Hank Brennan. Free can't read, and that was just the beginning. I'm never tired of winning. Got these middle-aged women waiting up to go swimming. Let's swim. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I put you on a petty list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, and AJ's dangerous.
KG, the real big threes, your Nettie, Bob, and me. Gonna come with the seat, don't try me. You should know by now I always come with receipts. I'm out here penning letters like my name better roll. You got problems, Cox, and I think the federal attorney Corey Hopkins sure let them know this ain't an episode, this a whole damn show. I don't get nervous, I make people nervous. I don't get nervous, I make people nervous. Ajax out here eliminating all you greasy motherfuckers. Ha ha ha. I'll put you on the Brady list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, yeah, AJ's dangerous. Ooh, I'll put you on the Brady list. Oh.
Damn, Fervent. How many bangers you got? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, ooh, yeah. Took a bullet in the chest and woke up under arrest. Yeah. You probably wish I'm dead, but I'm here to collect. Yeah. Every breath a reminder, I will never forget. You're trying to take my son, then it's off with your head. Yeah, yeah, I'm out for the kill, and I'm out for the bucks. The world knows the deal, that my fiancé sucks. Restraining order was silly, tryna paint me as a maniac. Yeah. You would think I'm chilly, the way I want my baby back. It's gangsta kill, spend some time in the cell. I've been a cricket, baby, time to unleash hell. Hey yo, it's gangsta kill, spend some time in the cell. I've been a cricket, baby, time to unleash hell. Yeah, Judge McAlbert sent my ass to jail. A motion to recuse made a Tucker tail. Thought you was slick when you revoked my bail. You just lit the fire, now welcome to hell. Now I got supporters from all across the globe. They know nothing over, I'm about to that not guilty verdict really set the tone. Next battle up, bring Caden home. It's gangsta kill, spend some time in the cell. I've been a cricket, baby, time to unleash hell. Hey yo, it's gangsta kill, spend some time in the cell. I've been a cricket, baby, time to unleash hell. Officer Noonan, you trippin' like Justin. Michelle Mitchell, you trippin' like Justin. Judge McCarthy, girl, you trippin' like Justin. North Andover PD, y'all trippin' like Justin.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a North Andover police officer who was shot. Okay, she was shot, and she was shot. She was shot. After all, she was shot. In case I didn't make that clear yet.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy, I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial one jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not one guilty vote, was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask French about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout.
It appears that I made a mistake.
took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. Your weasel face, arc bet, arc a major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Think you're better than me? Fuck you. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see? Hey. Waiting for your response, Becky. Yeah.
Did I mention my jury was also hung?
Okay. Nice long fervent break. We got to get a lot of songs in. It's a little longer for me to get to where I have to go, where I am here. I have to run all the way back to the house, which is a little far away. So it takes a little longer, but which is good. We get to get more fervent in. So that's always fun. Puts you in a good mood too. So love it. And of course, the winner of the fervent bracket was Fuck You, Hank. Kind of not a surprise. It's just classic. It's just, it is just an all-time great, an all-time classic song. If you followed this trial, it is just so, so true. Couldn't be more true. So I'm sure Adam Lally, and I was thinking about this the other day, like I'm sure he secretly plays this song, like in his car when he's alone, like jamming out. You know that, that Adam Lally loves it. No doubt. There's just no doubt. Okay, so let's get back. I want to show you Cosgrove's response to Alan Jackson, because just the classlessness of this response, you have to see it. Even if you've seen it before, even a couple of times, it is worth seeing again, because there's a lot here. And when a guy like this, who's so arrogant, like knows he's cornered, interesting to see what he's going to do to try to skirt out of it. So let's take a look at how he tried to do that. So let me bring him up here. Okay, here we go. I just got to find the spot. Okay. All right. I think we're here. Here we go. I feel like Cosgrove might have been on Ozempic. Looks like he lost a little weight. That's my guess. Might be on the Ozempic plan. Nothing wrong with that. Just an observation. Okay.
Mr. Cosgrove, go right ahead, sir.
Well, Your Honor, let me begin where Mr. Jackson began, with the discussion of standing. And Mr. Jackson made a wonderful argument that his client has standing to litigate the possession of her telephone. He made a terrific argument that she has standing to challenge the search warrant, but I heard no argument as to what standing she has to raise the alleged conflict of independent counsel, because there is no conflict. Obviously, as I pointed out before, the district attorney just went through 2 trials with Ms. Reed. They were not conducted by a special prosecutor, with the one exception of the special prosecutor for the second trial, Mr. Brennan, who worked hand in glove with the personnel from the DA's office. So it seems to me, Your Honor, that Ms. Reed has no standing because there is no conflict even if I were consulting with the DA's office on my every move, which I am not.
Of course not.
I don't see that there would be a problem. I have yet to hear what Mr. Morrissey's personal interest or conflict is in this case. It was represented in the papers that were filed that he was a victim. And I heard Mr. Jackson describe him as a self-described victim. If I can use the word described twice in one sentence. I don't know when or where or if he actually made that statement or what the context was. But certainly there has been no indictment that I am aware of or charge or whatever listing Mr. Morrissey as a victim in any way of this case. I have to say, as I listen to Mr. Jackson recharacterize my comments, I can't make that decision. I can't decide that. They do seem quite damning. The only problem is those aren't the comments that I made. I made the comments that I made. They're a matter of record. They were quoted in the initial filing. They were quoted in my filing. I submitted an affidavit explaining what actually happened. Credibility of that affidavit is, of course, for your honor, and I'm not going to argue it. I will only say about Pisa and Ellis that if your honor looks at the facts of those two cases, they are totally divorced from anything that's before your honor today.
What was the issue with Ellis? I just read Pisa when Mr. Jackson quoted it. What was the issue on Ellis, the refusal?
If I remember it correctly, Your Honor, and it's been a while since I've read it. It had to do with some illegal behavior by police officers that the district attorney was involved with. But I apologize for not being more on top of it. But I will take a look at it, and if you wish, file something.
I'll read the case, but I was just curious.
I do want to comment on Mr. Jackson's response to Your Honor's question, which he apparently was well prepared for and anticipated. Are you asking me to disqualify Mr. Cosgrove on the Kearney case or just on this matter? And I think the correct answer, Your Honor, is it really doesn't make any difference. Because if Your Honor finds that I have an ethical conflict of interest and can't serve in this case, I think that counsel for Mr. Kearney will be in court tomorrow morning, waiving your decision, saying the Commonwealth has had a full and fair chance to argue the situation, and it should be applied res judicata.
So one thing I have noticed here, and I noticed this with Tewksbury and Maddie, and I noticed it here with Cosgrove. And it's smart. And I see that they do this. They try to make an argument that'll scare the judge into setting precedent. Because apparently judges really don't want to be in that position. They don't like to be the ones to set precedent. They don't like to have it on their shoulders that other cases that follow will be able to cite their case to say, oh, you're the first one, and that's going to change the course of law forever after this decision. Nobody seems to want that on their shoulders. So smart attorneys like Cosgrove right now like to make that argument to try to scare the judge. It's brilliant and, of course, completely dishonest because, first of all, and certainly this was true in the Chris Maddie case, not true. I mean, just not true. Probably not true in this case either. But what is true is that undoubtedly Aiden, and I think this is true either way, whether the Judge Doolin rules one way or another, I have to believe, even just based on Greg Connor's comments about this additional body being the one that suggested or, I don't know, demanded or ruled that they needed independence. They needed a special prosecutor to come in because of who Turtle Boy was, because he was somebody screaming and yelling about the DA's office, that obviously they needed a special prosecutor. But they didn't really bring in an independent prosecutor. They brought in one of their old school buddies who they know for sure they could count on to rely exclusively on what they wanted in terms of how he should behave, what he should do, what decisions he should make. And he's made it very clear that he doesn't make any decisions on his own. He's not independent at all. But here he is making the argument, nonetheless, that, oh, I'm going to scare the judge into ruling in my favor because he doesn't want this responsibility on his shoulders. Of course, because that's what I guess attorneys do when their backs are against the wall. Hey, why not? Makes sense, right? Why not? Just disgusting. No integrity whatsoever.
So I think that's going to be the bottom line, one way or the other. Right. Finally, Your Honor, I'd like to comment on the credibility of the other side in this case.
The other side.
My attention was recently given to a video recording of the March 18th, 2025 second trial of Karen Reed. And I observed the video on the internet. Therein, a justice of this court made the following oral findings, and I'm going to quote them, and I'll submit an affidavit upon the completion of doing so, because I'm going to skip over a lot of factual details that aren't particularly relevant here.
Of course not.
In open court, Judge Cannoni said, based on all the evidence, I conclude that the candor required by all lawyers has not been demonstrated here. I find there have been repeated misrepresentations made to the court by defense counsel, and I conclude that they were deliberate. They were made in sidebar, in open court, and in pleadings. And after going through some of the details, she says, I find that there was a material misrepresentation and that it was deliberate. Candor with the court is essential. It's the bedrock obligation of all lawyers who appear in this court and all courts in Massachusetts. Those comments were made with respect to Mr. Jackson and the colleagues from his firm who filed the motion and affidavit and did the oral argument before the court.
He doesn't even know, like Mr. Jackson and his firm, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Like he just doesn't even know enough to know who she was speaking to or about in that case. And just in case you forgot, let me remind you of this little incident that was directly related to the remarks that the judge made. Let's not forget.
You recognize reading that?
Yes.
Do you recognize discussing the case before you testified?
I'm trying to change this, but I don't know if you guys can see it.
I never discussed this with him. This is something that I sent to him, that I did on my own, and that I sent to him. But he never asked this of me, and we never discussed it.
So you...
Wait, let me see if I can find a better recording of this, because I have so many versions of this that I really want you to see the full edited version. Let me see if I can find it. Because this is just like the moment that says it all, right? Says it all. Here, I think this is it. Let's see. Here it is.
Do you recognize reading that?
Yes.
Do you recognize discussing the case before you testified on June 24th, 2024?
I never discussed this with him. This is something that I sent to him, that I did on my own, and that I sent to him. But he never asked this of me, and we never discussed it.
So you sent him what you thought would be the best questions and answers for him to ask you when you testified?
So this is something I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my...
After seeing that,
Yes.
Do you recognize?
just a reminder to us all that Judge Cannoni could have said whatever she wanted to. She could admonish Karen Reed's team. But at the end of the day, she had no choice but to allow Arca to testify because she knew there really was no basis to keep it out, even though, God, she wanted to. But with really no clear rationale, continued to disallow the defense to mention that the feds are the ones that hired Arca. Of course. And remember the big speech from Hank from the start. Remember when he was introduced, or when he introduced himself to the court and told us he was going to, just wanted to give Karen Reed a fair shake, when of course it turned out that it was anything and everything but that. Just no moral compass, completely unscrupulous, like anything goes, whatever I have to do to win. A+ job by Hank, and of course A+ job by Cosgrove, having no idea what he's talking about, no idea what the reference was, finding anything he can to try to throw dirt on Alan Jackson. It's just such a desperate low blow, and it's hard to believe that he doesn't see how desperate this move is, and that he would actually lower himself to behave this way. But I mean, is it really surprising? Of course not. Of course not. Of course not.
Today. And I would ask the court to consider that finding with respect to the credibility of the defense findings. And I will close with the words of Mr. Jackson: when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. I'll submit this to the court, and I have a copy.
But the other thing that this again highlights with Cosgrove is that he just assumes Judge Cannoni, of course, telling the truth was right? Who cares if she was heavily biased in favor of the prosecutor's office? Who cares if the scales were tipped against Karen Reed? He did not ever take the time to consider the true facts of this case with Aiden or with Karen. He just didn't do it. And he's not going to. He's going to do as little as possible. And that is going to be the ultimate downfall. Because again, this case is beneath him. It's Aiden Carney is beneath him. He's like a troll to Robert Cosgrove. And his ignorance or his arrogance is going to be the downfall of the case. Period. It's just, it's remarkable. It's disgusting. It's unbelievable. So let's see how this ends here. Oh, because AJ gets to, he gets to react. He gets to respond.
Sure. Yeah, just grab me the book. All right. Mr. Jackson, I take it by the fact that you've risen that you wish to respond in some way.
I would like very briefly
go ahead.
to speak to a couple of issues. I find it rich that a member of the bar who doesn't like what is what his own facts represent, decides to take a personal shot at opposing counsel. That's I think that's beneath Mr. Cosgrove's dignity. It's certainly beneath the court's dignity. The court doesn't have any idea because it wasn't
None.
sitting in the courtroom along with Judge Cannoni what the circumstances of those comments were. And certainly Mr. Cosgrove has absolutely equally no idea what those comments were. And it's offensive, but it also is very telling. It's extraordinarily transparent. If you don't have the facts on your side, then you argue the law. If you don't have the law on your side, then you argue the facts. And if you don't have the law on your side or the facts on your side, just attack opposing counsel.
I thought you were supposed to bang the table.
I think so. Exactly.
That was
You want to make it as loud as you can. And
that was the old saying anyway.
Yes, exactly. And I think everybody in the courtroom can see that. It's a little bit of an act of desperation. And I appreciate the cleverness and the desperation that Mr. Cosgrove shows, but it is of no legal moment for why we're here today. So no, to answer the court, once again, I am not suggesting I take no position on Mr. Cosgrove's further investigation or prosecution as it relates to Aiden Carney. That is not my position. He is not my client. But what I am concerned with is his position in terms of the search warrant and any further investigation into Karen Reed. And I find it almost nearly shocking, if I can use that word, that Mr. Cosgrove would stand up and say, there's no conflict.
Go right ahead.
Even were I to consistently consult with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, that would represent no harm. There's no big deal. Your Honor, if it was no big deal that he consult with the conflicted Norfolk County District Attorney's Office over the issues attendant to witness intimidation that is focused on Aiden Carney and concomitantly focused on Karen Reed because of what he says may have been an agreement between and among them, then the question is begged, why was he ever appointed in the first place? If there's no issue with conflict, why was he appointed? Why is he getting paid taxpayer dollars? He was appointed because Mr. Morrissey recognized that there was a potential conflict because Mr. Morrissey is a titular victim, a potential victim of the very allegations he's investigating. And now Mr. Cosgrove is proverbially in bed and has been with the district attorney's office.
So actually, it appears, according to Greg Connor, that the answer to this question is it wasn't really Morrissey's decision, that it was an independent body's decision to bring on a special prosecutor. And I have to thank Greg Connor for that information because I'm not sure there'd be any other way for us to know that other than for the fact that he told us. So it seems like it isn't fair or accurate to say that Morrissey made the decision in a vacuum. It seems like he went to somebody else independent of him and asked, what do we do? Kind of shocking by itself. I'm sure it's not as independent as it sounds on its face. But nonetheless, sounds like that's what he did. And therefore, they brought in Cosgrove, an old pal, a good buddy, a friend of the office who they knew would give the appearance of independence, but wouldn't actually be independent at all. More just tomfoolery, more just nonsense, more just total blatant corruption. And it's so true. How many people have fallen in conjunction with this case? How many people have lost their posts, have retired in disgrace? I mean, it is pretty shocking. And the fact that the other side doesn't ever acknowledge that is also equally telling. Because if you were being honest with yourself at all, you would at least acknowledge that there is an appearance of impropriety, that, well, you want to make the argument that Karen Reed still did this, fine. But you can also simultaneously admit the truth. And by not being able to do that, there was, no corruption at all whatsoever. And we don't understand how police investigations work. Well, clearly, dear, that is not the case. Because every single case, every single investigation that Michael Proctor and Sean Goody ever touched is about to be reopened and re-examined. So you are wrong. You are about as wrong could ever be. The life of a Proctor defender, right? I mean, perfect. How perfect is that? Pretty freaking disgusting. I think we're almost at the end here.
That's the issue that we've got. And Mr. Cosgrove's affidavit is equally flawed as his reasoning on that argument. His affidavit does not cure the problem. His affidavit is the problem. Consider what it actually offers. It's a sworn assurance from the very person whose assurance of independence is in question by his own words. The court doesn't have to find, and I'm gonna step up a little bit from the personal attacks and invectives. I don't think they're appropriate in the courtroom, and I'm not going to lower myself to engaging in those. The court doesn't have to find, at the end of the day, that there was actual prejudice or that there is actual prejudice against Ms. Reed or her interests. The court does not have to find that there's actual bad faith on the part of Mr. Cosgrove. Neither does the court, or neither does the law, require that the court find that anyone lied or anybody was mendacious. I'm not suggesting that.
Mendacious.
And the court doesn't have to find it. Or that he, in fact, made any decision that was, on its face, corrupt or conflicted. The court doesn't have to find any of that. The law is very clear, Judge, and that's why we're standing before you. It requires one thing. It requires independence in fact and in appearance, and that has been breached. By his own words, the special prosecutor, Mr. Cosgrove, has indicated that the appearance of independence is gone. And for those reasons, the only remedy as it pertains to Ms. Reed's interests is to disqualify him from any further contact or connection with the search warrant and any investigation related to witness intimidation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So that is that. That was the argument by Alan Jackson and the arguments from Robert Cosgrove. That was Monday. Very interesting. And again, that's a criminal case. So we get to see AJ back in action, which is always worth checking out. But I agree with some of the comments in the chat that all of these lawyers going back and forth, it's painful. I mean, it's painful as it's as painful can be. I completely agree with that. I wish we didn't have to do it. I mean, frankly, I know for some of my attorney friends, particularly my civil law, attorney friends, they like this. They love it. It's great. It's interesting. It's fun. It's, knee deep in the weeds with the law. And I get that. And I think that Jeffrey Pyle, Aiden's lawyer, did a tremendous job of exactly that, sort of sticking to the law, highlighting how Aiden's behavior in a very honest and straightforward way that was easy to understand was petitioning activity. And I didn't know what that meant until a few days ago, but ultimately that he was trying to petition the government to stop this charade with Karen Reed and ultimately find the killers of John O'Keefe. Period. I mean, that's what it all comes down to. And that Aiden believes it with his whole heart and soul. Not that that matters. The intent is irrelevant to the anti-SLAPP motion and to the anti-SLAPP argument. And I'm very eager to see what the judge rules. I have no idea which way it's going to go. Like I said, I have trouble seeing Gildea do the right thing, but it does appear as though Turtle Boy's lawyer did a better job of arguing the law. Now, we could get into Karen's lawyers and Seligson and whether or not there was a mistake made responding to the wrong complaint. Some people say they didn't have to address all the arguments, like from Terry Mueller from the Body in the Snow documentary, that recently laws in Massachusetts have changed so that you don't actually have to address every single complaint in every whatever motion, amended, otherwise, whatever. That it was all petitioning activity, and so it's irrelevant, doesn't matter, this statement, that statement. Based on the judge's questions, it appears as though he doesn't agree. Surprise, surprise. And look, when in doubt, what we've seen from these judges over and over again is that they fall back on this line, well, we'll let a jury decide. They love that. They love that, like, as their fallback. I don't want it on my shoulders. I don't want the responsibility of this decision. I don't want to set any kind of precedent. And we did see, excuse me, Denise just texted me and I just saw it. It distracted me for a second, but I will definitely take a look in 1 second. And we definitely, have seen how these lawyers for the House defendants are doing everything they can. Once again, and this is the key, I see it with all of them. I see them all do it. They almost threaten the judge. Judge, just be aware that if you rule this way, you're going to set this precedent, and then everybody else after is going to have your precedent to defend their whatever, right? Fill in the blank. And you can see that it's such a shoddy and scary argument for the judge. I just have to pray that that it's bullshit, that they see through it, that the judge sees through it, whoever the judge is. But do I have any faith in any of these people? Of course not. How could I? I have to be crazy to have faith in in these judges. Based on everything we've seen, are you insane? How can I have faith? I want to have faith. How can I possibly do that? That's like, I would have to be insane. I really have to be insane. I am looking at Denise's comment here. Okay. No problem. Let me get to some of you guys as I am being directed to do. Don't worry. I will get to everybody. I promise. Okay. Add Saucy Meat Sauce says $2. AJ is so classy. Of course he's so classy. AJ is so classy. And I really appreciated that. And like I said, I went back and I listened carefully. Did he take shots at Cosgrove? Was he kind of low blowing? No. In fact, he commented on what a good lawyer he is and how smart he is multiple times. So, but it's Cosgrove. I'm sure he just having his back against the wall and being called out for making a mistake is not something that he likes or appreciates. And as a judge, look, judge, you decided to come out of retirement to take this case for your pal, Michael Morrissey. Maybe wasn't the greatest decision ever. Probably should have thought it through, or at least investigated what it was you were taking on before he made the decision, because he clearly did not. Clearly did not. And remember, by the way, allegedly, the Bettero mega motion is finally going to be heard next week, I think on the 21st. But we also heard that he only has 30 minutes to make the argument. So, of course, which is a massive, and it's been so long, it's hard to even remember the mega motion now, but it was a massive, massive argument. Good luck trying to get that into 30 minutes. If anybody can do it, Mark Bettero can, but Not going to be easy. And to me at this point, I mean, are they going to take it seriously? Is it just kind of like, we got to go through this exercise because I have to? Probably. At Got a Bad Feeling sends $49.99. Speaking of classy, you are the very best, Samantha. Appreciate you continuing to put your entire heart into all you do. It really shows and it really means a lot to us. Love, respect, and appreciate you more than you know. Thank you so much, Got a Bad Feeling. You are so kind. Thank you so much for your super chat. You are way too kind. And I will say that this is painful. It definitely is painful. It is tough. It's tough to watch this. It's tough to endure it. It really is. And I guess I have to keep reminding myself, like, it's not a criminal case. Karen's not going to go to prison, and Aiden is facing a criminal case, but this defamation suit isn't it. Now, having said that, of course, it has enormous and very significant consequences. However, I should say this too. I am a believer that sometimes in order to get to where we need to go or want to go, we have to go through some really uncomfortable, ugly stuff. Is it possible that in order to get to the truth, we have to go through all these hoops? We have to go through all this discovery and dig through, more testimony, more documents, go through it all in order to get the answers that we want? Sure. That's a perfectly legitimate argument. Be very interesting to see. Hopefully we get them eventually. I don't know how long it'll take, but it'll be very interesting to see these depositions someday. So I cannot wait for that. I don't know what the rules are about, us seeing the depositions. I'm sure we're not allowed to do that anytime soon. But eventually, I have to believe we will see it all. And that is going to be one hell of a day. A super fun day for all of us. At KBella25 sends $4.99. Is there ever going to be a judge who has the confidence to say enough is enough? This Massachusetts witch trial is over. I hope so. I mean, I have to believe that, Doolin might. He might just say enough is enough, give the phones back. I mean, enough. Krupp had the courage to do it. It didn't matter, but he had the courage to do it. I mean, enough is enough. Like, enough. Morrissey, you're almost out of office. Like, enough. It's enough. There's nothing there. They have Aiden's phone, by the way. Right? I mean, they have his entire phone. So, do they really need Karen's? No. And besides, that second phone, there's nothing on it. I mean, she wiped it, right? So, I don't know. I think that's what she was doing in the house. Now, I don't know how much you can get off a wiped phone. I'm sure you can get some stuff. I have no idea. But, I don't know. I really don't know. Hi, Chad. F121 is a member for 2 months. 129.22 at 7:57 p.m. Nicole texts to Jen. I love you. Don't beat yourself up. You did the best you could. I don't think I've ever seen that. At 129.22. Where is Jen? At 7:57. So is she at the waterfall? No. Is she at the basketball game? Where's Jennifer at 8 p.m.? I love you. Don't beat yourself up. You did the best you could. That's interesting. I've never seen that, Chad. I don't know where you got that, but I'd be very interested to see where that came from. Is that in her cell phone report? I've never seen it. Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? It could be in relationship to absolutely anything. Could be related to, I don't know, the hockey team and Allie or one of her daughters making a decision she doesn't like. Who the hell knows? But at 7:57 p.m., it's before anything of substance as far as we're concerned. So it's a good question, though. I would love to know. Love to know. Hello, Bob is my name. Sends $20. Sam, you're amazing, brilliant, hypnotic. Oh, hypnotically so. I don't think anyone save Elon Musk has your IQ. You're insane, Bob. That is incredibly generous. And you're doing God's work. Thank you. That is like the kindest thing anyone has ever said to me. You are way too kind. And I so very much appreciate the compliment. If I'm not blushing, I am. I am only doing it on the inside. That is so nice. So kind. Thank you so much, Bob. Too kind. Too kind. I don't even know what to say to that. That's like insane. You're insane. But thank you. I truly, truly appreciate it. At Dr. Jen Toxic is a member for 9 months. Hi, Dr. Jen Toxic. What a beautiful German Shepherd. You have a little Chloe on her hands. Did you guys know? I learned this recently about Chloe. Did you know that apparently Caitlin and Tristan share Brian Albert's love for German Shepherds and have their own, at least one, German Shepherd, and have for a long time, apparently. I think this was a Boozy Beauty inside scoop, if I'm not mistaken, because Boozy has all like the insider scoop, being a resident, being on top of this case for so long, or being in, living in and around the area. And so that's interesting. It's interesting. And why is that interesting? Because remember, my theory is that Caitlin had to be the one to take Chloe out of the house. Now, a lot of people have asked me, Sam, did you consider that maybe Chloe was injured by Dad? Like maybe they, ended Chloe's life that night because of what she had done to John. Here's the thing about that, and I am reasonably sure that this is true, although we'd have to go back and triple check the records. I believe the incident where she jumped the fence and ran out in front and attacked two ladies, one who got injured, the other who was injured pulling the dog off or something along those lines. I think that was after. That's why they were able to say, oh, no, we didn't rehome Chloe because of what happened with John. We did that because in April, Chloe jumped the fence and sent somebody to the hospital. So I'm pretty sure Chloe was seen and that there's documented evidence of her being seen after January of 2022. Now, again, I'm reasonably sure about that. We'd have to double check, find the documents, the whole thing. Allegedly, the police, were able to find Chloe's whereabouts. Allegedly, this canine consultant measured Chloe's jaw. That science is completely debunked, so it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. But, I mean, obviously the Commonwealth didn't use the canine aggression specialist, probably for that very reason, because canine bites, matching teeth marks is just nonsense. So I don't believe that Chloe's life ended that night, but it does appear like Caitlin had this love for German Shepherds. And so it does stand to reason that she and Tristan may have been someone that Dad trusted to take the dog, because it had to be a family member, particularly given that she had been aggressive that night. It would have had to have been a family member that Dad thought could control her. And it had to take a lot, because just the character of Brian Albert, he's not just going to give this dangerous animal over to one of his children to take out of the house without him, unless he was reasonably sure that the dog was not going to hurt them, right? So that's my guess. And I mention that because it's been coming up. I've gotten emails. I've seen people mentioning that could Chloe's life have ended that night? I don't think so. At Dr. Jen Toxic is a member for 9 months. It says, you are the smartest and the prettiest. Thank you so much at Dr. Jen Toxic. That you're too kind. Way too kind, but thank you so much for being a member for 9 months. Happy 9-month anniversary. Can you believe it's been so long? It's just crazy. Life is crazy, you guys. It just really is. At Sunflower Z5J sends $4.99. Thank you so much for your super sticker at Sunflower Z5J. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you so much. At Your Honor 824 became a member. Welcome all the new members. I love it. So exciting. New members. It's very exciting. At Lynn Jennings 8390 sends $20. If they could get the phone downloads of all the House defendants, absolutely. Game over. And that's why, remember, so one of the things that doesn't come up enough, I know that most of you know this, but one of the things that does not come up anywhere near enough is the distinct difference between the way that these exact same police officers handled and conducted themselves in every other investigation that they ran. For example, the chain of custody reports, the body cam or audio recordings or video recordings, everything else, every other case that they have done, whether it was before or after or even around the same time as this investigation, is handled in a completely different way. Just that juxtaposition is an argument alone for corruption. And the crazy part of that is that this is the death of a police officer. So if they were not trying to cover something up, explain how it is that these police lie through their teeth trying to literally argue in court under oath that none of them have ever heard of a report like that. Remember Yuri saying, no, I've never heard of a report like that, in reference to a chain of custody report. And then like seconds later, we see his name up and down all over the place on a report that says chain of custody report. I mean, does anybody need to say, do we need to even discuss it beyond that? Like, isn't that by itself enough in terms of incriminating evidence that these guys are just like as dirty as it gets? Right? Ugh, so frustrating. Yeah, game over, Lynn. Absolutely. The location data and chatter between them all would tell the whole story. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, we know that like Proctor just has such a big mouth, right? So we don't even know, like we haven't seen all of his messages. So there's that. We also don't have the private messages of all of the police officers, right? We have Proctor. We don't have Tully and Buchanan. We don't have everybody else. And wouldn't you just love to be able to sit Adam Deitch down and say, can you please tell us what happened here? Because here's the thing, and I mentioned this last time, up until last week, when he sat down with Christina Rex, I mean, he totally verified the fact that there was an investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and by extension into whether or not Karen Reed was responsible. There was an actual investigation that he was leading. He totally said it. Just said the quiet part out loud. For a long time, I thought that it was, they were investigating something else, and this was part of that. But that is not what he said. What he said was that he was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe. And that, of course, begs a trillion questions. Why didn't that produce charges? What else did you discover? Do we actually see it all? Is there discovery in that 3,100 pages that we don't know about? Are we entitled to see any of that? I mean, probably not, I guess. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but my guess is no, that's not in the FOIA stuff, because that was part of the federal investigation that went exclusively to Karen Reed's attorneys because they had to, because it was exculpatory. So, and listen, I love Karen Reed's attorneys dearly. They are, like I've said many times, like idols to me. However, just in what we have seen, they did miss quite a few things, right? I mean, they missed everything that happens at the waterfall. I don't know how. Still, well, at least up through the Vanity Fair interview, it seems like Karen was not really aware of what John was doing the vast majority of the time that they were at the waterfall, because he spends like 35 minutes with Brian Albert, specifically talking to Brian Albert after saying to the interviewer, Gretchen Voss, that John didn't go anywhere near Brian Albert. That's just fundamentally false. They were together for 35 minutes. I mean, big percentage of the time he's there, he's literally standing next to Brian Albert, you know, gabbing. So there's that. And of course, she didn't see the whole incident where Chris Albert is grabbing Brian Higgins and he's like, what? You know, the whole thing, right? It looks like there is something afoot, though we don't know what exactly it all meant. But Karen's attorneys didn't see that whole thing. They didn't see any of that until after the first trial. They also didn't see the earlier phone call to Nicole Albert. Somehow it was actually, I believe, Mark Betterow who, when he was involved in that very short window of time before the judge said he couldn't be involved and couldn't be allowed onto Karen's team for whatever reason. In that time, I think he's the one that pointed out there was another phone call earlier from Jen to Nicole that was picked up. And interesting about that, now we see, and this is really interesting, and I will say this too about the Vanity Fair interview. It also did highlight for me that we've really only gotten one side of the story for a long time. Because Karen didn't testify, understandably, what we were told, what the dominant narrative was, which is very ironic, was the McAlbert's version of events, right? It's their story that ruled the day for the last 4 years because they're the ones that testified. So it never dawned on me that Jen said to Karen, oh, I'll call over to my sister and see if he's there. And then hung up and then called back and said, oh, nope, Nicole says he's not there. And what's odd about that, of course, there is a phone call at that time to Nicole. Right? So it kind of validates, to give some credit to what Karen is saying. And certainly then it would make sense why Karen isn't saying, let's go right to 34 Fairview. So it's sort of, you have to recalibrate your thinking on it a little bit, because it's easy to just, because we've all been, you know, essentially living with the story that the McAlberts told about what happened this whole time, not really realizing that that's what we were told, that it was their version of events. Now, obviously, a lot of it, you know, we know isn't true, but even the little stupid things like that whole sequence of events about who called who and when they showed up and where they were and why they went where they went, the only people that we had to go by were Carrie and Jen. And you saw how Jen controlled the narrative all the way. Every police officer she saw, as soon as she hangs up with the 911 call, she is all over them. She is moving her hands around, you know, controlling the narrative every step of the way, then controlling the narrative with Carrie, beginning to slowly convince Carrie and everybody else that Karen Reed must be responsible, because remember, what went from could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Suddenly morphed into I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Like, it's just, you know the deal. But the point is, it's interesting that so much of the story was written by them. And it's easy to overlook that because that's the only story we have. We just didn't get Karen's side of the story. And so that's one of the things I very much appreciate about this Vanity Fair article and why I plan to return to it and do a much more extensive analysis of a lot of the details. Because it's important. It's the only real version of Karen's story. It's like her testimony that we have to this point. I mean, we have a few little things here and there. Don't get me wrong. Dateline, whatever, ABC, we have some of that. I get it, but not like this. So it's helpful. At Kit Gracie sends $4.99. True crime allows us to truly be up versus down rather than left versus right because power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yeah. And Kit, I think it kind of highlights too that, some things are like transcend politics for all of us. And certainly politics is something that people are incredibly emotional and passionate about, and understandably. But it's just really interesting that all of us are like just looking past that. And it would be so easy to turn this story. I mean, just this story, right? Massachusetts is a Democratic state all the way. And I remember there's been people in the chat, there might even be right now, who have said, why aren't we talking about that? Why aren't we pointing out the political aspects of all of this? And it seems like because in this case, it just doesn't really matter. There is no other side, right? So it's like, this is a good old boys club. It doesn't matter whether this is a red state or a blue state. It really doesn't matter. This is simply about, people, I'll scratch your back if you scratch my back. It's a very exclusive club of people who, as you were saying, Kid, have a lot of power. And you're either on the inside of that club or you're everybody else. And we simply don't give a shit about you if you're not in the club. Period. It's crazy. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. Higgins didn't show up, I know, to the federal hearing with the House defendants, I know. But Chris Albert was there and Yuri too. Oh, we have a troll, Melissa Reynolds, 54. Hi, Melissa. I'm not sure if you're still here. Yes, you had come up recently in some discussions that I was aware of. So welcome. Happy to hear any specific argument that you want to make. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, we know why Chris is there. Okay. Chris is always there. Chris is there, obviously, because he's defending his own interests, but he's probably, if you were to talk to him, would tell you something like, well, I'm there to defend my family. I'm there to defend my brother. Right. Fine. But it is interesting that Yuri was there, and I think Yuri's lawyer was there, who we're going to hear from. I did pull a news clip because, of course, we didn't talk about the federal hearing, which we're not going to talk a lot about because I get exhausted by all the legal stuff. It's just exhausting. And there were really some amazing arguments in the anti-SLAPP motion in front of Judge Gildea. Really good stuff, but it was tough to take. So tough to take. So tough to take. At Old Black Lady sends $5. Keep up the good work, Sam. We need justice for Officer John O'Keefe and put the guilty McAlberts in jail. And really, Old Black Lady, the only way I ever see that happening is if somebody else becomes the DA. And in this case, the only person that I see really doing that, honestly doing that, is Adam Deitch. And the reason why I am so convinced that he will do that is because whether he wants us to know this about him or not, I think that's the reason why he's running. And I'm not saying that half-heartedly, and I'm not saying that willy-nilly. Having analyzed a lot of his statements, I was going through today just looking for, I save a lot of clips from everybody and everything. I have like 8 different hard drives and everything kind of has its own little place. And I realized, my God, I have a ton of Adam Deitch saved, and did do an extensive amount of analysis of his words and his statements, some that you've seen, most that you haven't, because again, there's just so much. And my analysis of him is that he doesn't really want us to know that the reason why he is running, the reason why he sold his condo, he quit his job, and he moved to Norfolk County, Massachusetts, is to become the district attorney so that he can investigate this case, at least in part, not exclusively, obviously. But it is a significant part of his motivation. I mean, no question. And I think he's admitted it to some degree. But it was really, really interesting to me how with Emily, he wanted to downplay it. And then with Christina Rex, he was just outright matter of fact about it. So that was very interesting. There's so much I could say about that alone, but I agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more, dear. KMSC 73 cents $4.99. Make sure everyone watches the Canton Chronicle Sunday night. Ooh, information coming. Very exciting. We will definitely be staying tuned. Can't wait to see what's coming. That's very exciting. Canton Chronicle Sunday night. Big info coming. I believe you, dear. I believe it. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. Tell us where we can watch Canton Chronicle and what time, please. I think Canton Chronicle is 7 o'clock on Sunday at their YouTube site at Canton Chronicle. I believe it's 7 o'clock, but correct me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong? I think it's 7, right? It's early. I know it's earlier. I'll have to double check but I think it's usually at 7. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. At Matt Mello V41. I know it's all important, but I'm sick of listening to all these attorneys ramble on and on. I agree with you, Matt. That is why I started your comment, because I hear you. It's exhausting. It's a lot to take. And again, like I said, I know for a lot of my attorney friends, it's exciting. It's like a fun time. It's like, oh, all these different arguments and trying to, stick to the law and make these, cite these different cases and all of that. And I get that. But it's too emotional. It's too much. It's like I liken this stuff to sports. It's much more important, obviously, than sports. It's much more consequential. But it's similar to being a sports fan in that it's much easier for me to watch a football or a baseball team where I don't care about the outcome. It's just like I can be, I don't have to be anxious. I can listen. It's a much more comfortable experience to watch a sporting event where I enjoy the game, but I don't care about the outcome. When you care about the outcome, sports is not pleasant, period. It's not pleasant. It's just not. Like, yes, if your team wins, it's euphoric, but every single second up through that moment, which may or may not happen, and often, maybe most of the time, arguably does not happen, it is excruciatingly painful. And this feels a little bit like that. Like, I get it. Okay. I appreciate it, but I don't want to keep doing this. Not with Karen Reed, right? Any other case, just not with Karen Reed, not with the House defendants. I can't take it. Not with Turtle Boy. It's too much. Too much. At Old Black Ladies, a member for 2 months, says, hi, so nice to be here with you, Sam. Keep up the good work, for John O'Keefe. I will never stop. I'm here, dear. We're here. We may all be here till we're very, very old and very, very gray, but we'll be here together, I guess, right? And Old Black Lady sends $2. AJ is such a badass. He's such a badass. He's just such a badass. And when he's arguing and, when it comes to Karen Reed, like, he's so all in, right? Like, he cares so much. He's so invested. And that's, you see it. I mean, you see it so clearly. He also knows the case. He knows the Commonwealth. He knows. And when people don't know, like Cosgrove, it also comes through because, he's taking cheap shots. That actually happened. Chris Matty did the same thing, by the way. I forgot about that. He also took 2 quotes from a prior situation with Aiden out of context and then threw them, in Pyle's face during their argument as well. Same kind of cheap shot, low blows, just all bullshit. Again, to try to make the argument to Judge Gildea, well, Judge, you don't want to be the odd man out. These other 2 judges already ruled that, there really was witness intimidation here, which is not true, is a misrepresentation of what happened. But nonetheless, Chris Matty stands up because even I can see as a non-attorney that none of these judges want to be the one to set the precedent. Now, if I were a judge, I wouldn't care. I just wouldn't care. I really wouldn't. I would not care. I wouldn't care if I'm setting precedent or not setting precedent. I would just rule on the law. I believe, I think, maybe not. Maybe I'd be corrupted too. But if I'm me right now and I'm also a judge, which by the way would never happen, that's what I would do. I would just rule on the merits. Hello, Ms. Home66. Welcome. Nice to see you. She sends $2. I think CW wiped KR's phone of all and ruined it. I think CW wiped Karen Reed's phone. Why would the Commonwealth? Why do you think the Commonwealth would wipe all and ruin it? Is that what you mean? You think the Commonwealth would wipe Karen's phone? Am I missing? Am I not reading that correctly? Maybe. I don't think so, though. Here's the reason why. I don't think that, only because we saw, well, there's a couple of things, okay? Yes, the first phone. I see what you're saying. So you're saying when they first took Karen's phone, kind of like Proctor deleted the Ring videos on John's phone, perhaps there was evidence like location data or whatever else that would have proven that Karen was innocent, so they wiped it. That's very possible. The second phone, though, which is the one there was that search warrant for where they couldn't get into the house. Karen was in the house. Her father shows up. And they're outside waiting for 40 minutes. They threaten to break the door down. They get, I think, AJ on the phone, and he's sort of, maybe it's Yannetti. One of the lawyers is speaking to Tully, and she eventually opens the door. And by the time she does, the phone, I believe, is reset. I believe. So that's the second phone. Now, again, I don't know does that actually completely delete everything? There's still the iCloud. I don't know how that works, but you very well might be right. That first phone, sure. Listen, they would have definitely deleted anything that was exculpatory, of course, because that's what they do over at the DA's office under Michael Morrissey, and particularly when it came to this case. Listen, Michael Proctor was very clear in his original text messages that we have all looked at thousands of times what the story was. He was just really, really clear. You almost don't even have to go past that, right? The homeowner isn't gonna get into trouble because he's a Boston cop too. The girl is fucked. They got into a fight and she ran him over. The whole thing. It's all there. Few hours into the investigation, it was all wrapped up, and all the powers that be wanted answers ASAP. That's my favorite and most important, in my mind, text from him, is that he feels that he is under the direction. There's a mandate on top of Michael Proctor to put an end to this, to wrap it up with a nice little bow immediately. And that's really what he's saying there. So at Legal Native sends $10. I like it, Legal Native. And thank you so much for your super sticker. We so appreciate you. I like the name, Legal Native. That's cool. That would probably be a name like I could see myself picking. At Chad sends $2, 129. After John is found. Oh my God, Chad. No way. That's a very different thing. So you're saying that on the 29th at around 8 p.m., Nicole is saying to Jen, don't beat yourself up. Wow. Well, that's a very different thing. That's a very different thing, Chad. Because I'll tell you what I immediately thought of. I mean, I've been asking this question over and over again for a long time, and I still haven't gotten past the I'm not anywhere closer to coming to the answer. But maybe this gives us a little insight. So 12:27, Jen McCabe is texting John O'Keefe. Here, question mark, exclamation point, pull behind me. That is, in my opinion, anywhere from, depending on your exact, whatever you want to use. You want to use 12:21, 12:23, whichever it is. We're talking about anywhere between 45 seconds and 3 or 4 minutes? 5 minutes at the absolute max, and very unlikely. 5 minutes. That's how quickly Jen McCabe must have made the decision not to call 911. Because that's when she texts John. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. I will not be able to believe that these people were not all there when this happened. Not everybody may have seen John fall, but they were all there after the fact. They were all there after the fact. And the reason we know that, I don't have to relitigate it again. You guys all know, but I'm reminding you. The reason we know that is because Julie and Sarah are walking out the door and something stops them. And they have to consult with Jen, who then tells them, we'll take you home. And despite the fact that they really, whether they want to or not, and certainly Sarah did not want to stay, they have to go out and tell Ryan that they're staying. And that happens. It has to happen, right? So we have that timeline. It has to happen after what happens to John, because it's that event that stops them from leaving. It's John and the conflict with John that keeps Sarah and Julie at the house. As chance and fate would have it for them, tragically, had Julie, texted her brother maybe 5 minutes earlier, they wouldn't have been there for this horrible experience that may ruin their lives. I mean, tragically for them, right? So, Chad, if I'm a guessing person, that's what I would put my money on. Something to do with, hey, you made the decision immediately to start making it look like laying an alibi, sending alibi texts. Are you here? Now think about it. If you're Jen and you've already sent that text, because she clearly was not thinking, there was no thought, there was just action. Okay. Once you do that, it gets a lot harder to then call 911 and be like, oh, I don't know. I was in the other room. You know what I mean? Like things get weird now, right? Because and there's more. I mean, there's other things too. Like the whole thing with the Beatty family, with Aaron and Tom Beatty. That's another thing. That to me seems like some silliness that her and Colin schemed up without thinking and probably under the influence of alcohol to try to lay an alibi. Now, first people thought, oh, he was looking for a ride. I'd very seriously doubt that. I think it's possible that they were like trying to make it look like perhaps John wasn't there and they were looking for him. I don't know what John's relationship to Tom Beatty was, but to me, he, for whatever reason, got into Jen's head. And I think it's directly related to some kind of an alibi, like laying some type of foundation for an alibi, either for Colin or to say John wasn't at the house. I don't know. We have to talk to Tom Beatty. That's the person we would need to speak to find out what exactly his role in all of this is, because we don't know what his relationships were with these people. We don't know how close Aaron was to Colin. Not really. And we know they were threatened after the fact, but a lot of people were threatened after the fact. A lot of people are still being threatened now. So it's a really good question, Chad, and I have to look much more closely at that. And where did you see that? Is that in the new FOIA stuff? Because I have not looked at it. I have not had time to look at any of the newer FOIA. I know what's there, at least roughly. I have an idea, but I haven't had a chance to look at it. So maybe I need to. That is a really significant text message, potentially. Interesting find. At Legal Native, since $20. Oh my God, thank you so much, Legal Native. They are relying on sovereign immunity. So as long as they are acting in their protected capacity, they believe they were immune. This is why we need you to do the rest of your videos. Very interesting. So as long as they are acting in their protected capacity, they believed they were immune. Well, they believed it or they believe it now. Right? Is that what they were thinking? Is that what they're hoping protects them? I don't know. And when you say this, it's very, very interesting. It's very, very interesting. It's also pretty disgusting, Legal Native, how district attorneys have so much protected power. How hard it is to be able to file a lawsuit against, the DA, who has so much power. Look at just this one stupid interaction between Alan Jackson and Cosgrove and how much it highlights. That is corruption. I mean, what we have here is Greg Connor, okay, who hasn't been in the office for a few months now, since I think March, maybe, when he finally resigns and leaves the office. He's being asked, well, it looks like Turtle Boy's going to go to trial while under your watch if you're elected. What would you do? And he's like, well, duh. I mean, they had to bring in a special prosecutor because they were recused. They're not allowed to be involved at all. And it's not just Michael Morrissey, it's the whole office, right? That's exactly what he says. It's not just Morrissey, so it's everybody. So I couldn't do anything. My good buddy Cosgrove is in charge over, that's who would have to take care of it. So I wouldn't have anything to say or do with it. Not according to Cosgrove, who sort of gave it all away. And what do? I mean, you have no recourse, right? Because he's totally protected. And that's just, And then think about it. And then, well, what do? Oh, okay, you petition. You go to the public. You go to journalists. You leak it to the media. Well, that's the other part of what they're trying to do. Shut it down. No. Can't do that. So disgusting. It's really upsetting. At Jump and Shout sends $10. Great stream. After working 30 years for a judge, this is insane. And you know what? I'm glad to hear you say that, because I do think that, like, even, in these other cases that we see, like, there are judges in the world who seem level-headed, like they're really trying to go out of their way to be fair, like almost too fair sometimes. Like, they're so cautious. They want to protect the record so much so. They want to protect against appeal to the point where they're like extraordinarily careful and cautious. We saw that even this week with not the actual trial, but this presentation of evidence in the Tyler Robinson case. I didn't catch the whole thing, but what I saw of the judge, I actually saw a lot of the judge, because so much of it was procedural before any evidence was even presented, and then in between as well. And it seemed like that was a case where this judge is just trying to be as, like, by the book, objective as possible. Now, again, I didn't see the whole thing, but from what I saw, it seemed like he was overly careful with every decision he made. So there are judges out there that, seem like they are truly trying to do the right thing. But Norfolk County and this part of Massachusetts, something is wrong. Something is just wrong. It's just wrong. Remember, guys, Judge Beverly Cannoni won, like, what was it? Like, Judge of the Year in the middle of the Karen Reed trial. She was awarded, like, Bar Association Person of the Year by her colleagues. Again, just more evidence. This is a little club, and they're going to protect each other at all costs. Screw everybody else. So sad. Really is. Hi, Michelle. You're about 17. Nice to see you. Sends $20. Grateful for all you do, Sam. Always happy to catch you live at the lake house. Oh, enjoy it. I hope everybody's enjoying their summer and enjoying the weather. Having, just enjoying it while you can. I know for us in the Northeast, we don't get nice weather a lot. So you got to enjoy it, even if it's like Canadian wildfire induced. So I hope everybody is enjoying the nice weather wherever you are. At Legal Native sends $2. Says, she said, I did the best I could. She said, I did the best I could. She said, I'm thinking, who is she said? Who she said I did the best? Oh, that is what Jen said. Jen said I did the best I could. That is interesting. Jen says I did the best I could. So Nicole said that? Like, you did the best you could? Or Jen responds, I did the best I could. That is like serious stuff. So we'll think about, okay, wait, let's take a step back. There are two ways to look at it, right? One way is to say, oh, this is them trying to present, like, cover their tracks, right? Like, make it look like they're referencing what happened with Karen earlier that day, right? The fact that she shows up and doesn't see John and calls 911, all of the nonsense that, goes on. So you could argue, okay, well, this is them, trying to make it look legitimate. One argument. But if we are to take it like it's serious, like it's a legitimate conversation, well, then it opens up a whole nother can of worms, right? As to what it means. But I mean, look, Jen McCabe is a person who is going to put herself in the center of every drama, any place she ever is, because that's who she is. That's who this woman is, right? Whether it's trivial nonsense, gossip, whether it's, wanting to be the soccer mom, queen of the universe, whatever it is, she wants to be in the center. And so would I be surprised if she inserted herself that night in the middle of it? Of course not. That's what she did. But I don't think that her role was any more substantive than what we know it was already. The fact, I will say this, the fact that she repeatedly insists on telling dispatch that John O'Keefe is dead is interesting, because the question that you want to ask, okay, why do that? Why would you do that? Why would you feel compelled to repeatedly communicate however you feel you can on the 911 call that the person that you are calling this in for is already dead, particularly when you know that you or somebody close to you is responsible for it? Is it to get him off the property more quickly? I guess you could make that argument. Is it to try to be honest amidst all of this, because you feel compelled on some level to tell the truth? I think that's not an impossible or entirely implausible argument, because we see it during the trial. We see it during the trial at times when you would think it would be in her best interest to not tell the truth. For example, there's a lot of it, actually. I'm sure I've pointed it out many times before, but what comes to mind first, when she is, okay, John O'Keefe is killed, obviously, just after the time that Karen Reed pulls up in front of the house. Okay, so very quickly after that, he jumps out, he goes in, he loses his life. And she's being asked by Alan Jackson, Jen, she's being asked questions about that time. This is the questioning about the 12/23 existence of screenshots of text messages between Julie and Ryan Nagel that somehow Jen McCabe gets her hands on or asks for. Okay. So in that Q&A, there are moments when she tells us the truth, like gives in. These little moments where she gives in, and then she goes back to fighting. Oh, let me see the papers, or I don't remember. Do you have something to refresh my memory? The battling, all this stupid pettiness that she goes through to try to keep, to obstruct justice. I mean, she does it throughout, right? But then there are these moments where she just tells the truth. She gives in. And I think there's an argument to be made that in the 911 call, the reason that she repeats 3 times, tells the dispatch that John is dead. No, you don't understand. I guess he's gone, right? Like, the dispatch officer, to be quite clear, is saying, if you're waving off CPR, like, there's nothing I can do. And she's like, no, you don't understand. Like, I guess he's really gone. Now, right? How is that a good idea? Unless, I mean, maybe it's a couple of things. Maybe she's trying to get him off the phone. Yeah, I think there's truth to that. But like I said, there are these moments where she just kind of like gives up and gives in. So hard to say what precisely the motives are I don't think that they're all always 100% nefarious. I don't know. But I don't know how she could. I did the best I could. If you're saying that's what Jen said, I mean, how could that possibly be true, right? How could there be any world where Jen McCabe believes she did the best she could? What do you mean? There's only one choice. Let's just let me just say this out loud, real clear for all of us. If there's somebody in your presence who is dead or dying for any reason, there's really only one move. Really, there's only one move that any of us can make, and it's to call 911. That's it. Doesn't matter if I'm the evildoer in that moment because I made a very bad decision, or if my dog made a bad decision, or my best friend or lover or partner or spouse or cousin or brother or nephew. Doesn't matter. There's only one action that any of us can take. Any other action is not the best I could do. Right? There's no other best I could do. There's only one best I could do, and that is call 911. That's it. That's it. That's all there is. So I think it's a good question, and I have to look more closely at it, Chad, because it's a good question. I have to look more closely at it. At Old Black Lady sends $10. You guys are just too kind. Thank God for Karen, because she brought out the injustice an NCDO has done to Black people in Massachusetts. Right? Well, not only Karen, but I mean, yeah. I mean, that's another good point. That's another good point. It's kind of like really disgraceful, too. This is what it takes? I mean, do you realize that if Karen Reed didn't exist, think about this. If Karen Reed did not exist, Brian Tully, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, DeChico, Fanning, all those people are still operating out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office under Michael Morrissey. And you know what? Michael Morrissey is probably once again running another term uncontested. Showing good. Still on the Canton PD. No one is ever going to get their personal text messages under any conditions other than these very unique and bizarre circumstances that these guys found themselves in. You know, so that's like a really important point. It's disgusting. This is just, something is wrong, guys. This cannot be. It's just it's so daunting and so upsetting, and you're so right, and I appreciate you for saying that, Old Black Lady. But it's devastating too, because look at what had to happen for this to all come out. And I'm just going to say this one more time. Thank God for Adam Deitch. Do you realize, like, I get, okay, Josh Levy was in charge, but Adam Deitch was, if he was really the guy that was interviewing Jen McCabe, can you imagine how much she fucking hates him? Which makes me love him even more deeply. Yeah, it's so funny. Oh, could you imagine if he was to win? You guys, if he wins, I'm throwing a huge celebration in Boston. If he wins, I'm serious. I'm going to go on the record right now. If he wins that race, I will make sure that we somehow have a huge party, gala, whatever, even though I might eat my words and it might be torture because I am terrible at planning and I have no time for this. I will make sure that we have our own gala, party, whatever, in and around Boston in honor of that, because it is such a significant event. It is so huge. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, we'll know soon. It's not that far away. As crazy as it sounds, it's not that far away. Oh my God. All right, you guys, if you haven't hit the like button, do not forget to make sure that you do. I want to make sure that I didn't miss anybody or anything. Got to get everybody in. At Kit Gracie says, sends 199, the best I could do and still protect. Is that a quote? Kit, you're kidding. That's not what it says. That's not, you guys are kidding with me, right? That cannot be, you're not seriously telling me that either Nicole or Jennifer McCabe texted the best I could do and still protect the family? That's not. That's like you're improvising, right? Because that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what she did, right? If protecting the family is the goal, then that's exactly what she did do. That was the best she could do. If protecting Colin Albert, see, this argument, if she said this is a very, very, very big deal, because it certainly shoots down any contrary argument about Colin Albert not being involved. It certainly does, right? It certainly, because what world do we think Jen McCabe has any obligation to protect Brian Albert? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get, okay, yes, we all want to protect our family, but Brian Albert doesn't need Jen McCabe to protect him, right? If she really did say that, that is like, that's almost exactly. Oh, she said, okay. Because Kit, I mean, that is exactly what, to me, you are correct. That's exactly what I think it really implies, right? But if that is what she said, then I think it speaks directly to Colin being there. I don't know, because here's the thing. Remember, here's the other thing to consider, guys. When was the exchange with Nicole about not texting back and forth? Was that the same day? Because I know it's very soon after, because they're texting about going to get more information from Mike Lank. And so it's like that Sunday, right? It's Sunday. So John, it's the next day. That must have been the 30th. So the texts were on the 29th. Yeah. So if it's in the same back and forth as those texts that Nicole sends, where she says, you know, let's not text about it, but we're going to get more information from Lank tomorrow, then it very well could have been like a cover text, right? Because I could see myself doing that, right? Imagine that, you know, you're going back and forth with your sister. I mean, like my sister, I can imagine my sister and I going back and forth. And we're thinking about this meeting tomorrow. And one of us says, well, you did the best you could do, sis. Like, to try to make it seem legitimate. So I could also see it simply just being like a text message to try to cover, to make it look like they are speaking legitimately. Because you're right, Kit. That is exactly what it speaks to me, if that is a legitimate text. But I got to look at that. I have to go back and look, Chad. I don't know where you're getting that, but I got to go find out. Because I don't know how I missed that. Maybe just stopped investigating, you know, past whatever happened that night. Plainly. These people, you guys, I think about the lies that Nicole tells. about the next day, about the morning of, about how the police acted, about Chloe. Think about the lies that Brian Albert tells. I'm not going to re-traumatize myself or anybody else by going through this again, because there are those moments when I sit down and I re-examine the evidence and once again walk away dumbfounded and like in a state of shock at how unimaginably egregious what they have done here is. But there is no other conclusion based on their testimony. When you go through their testimony, we are talking about absolute deception from every single one about every relevant detail in this case. There is no way around it. So unless you can come up with some explanation for why every single witness in this case would just lie their faces off over and over and over again, other than they're responsible for the death of John O'Keefe, awesome. I'd love to hear it. But I think we all know. We all know what is going on here. It is disgusting. It is revolting. It is horrifying. And I have to believe that we're going to get justice eventually, because at least we're in it together, right? At least we're in it together. Thank God. I love you guys so much. I'm so grateful to have you guys, to have this community. I don't know what I'd be doing. I'd be like freaking lost without you all. I really would be. I'd be lost. I'd be lost without you all, screaming and yelling at myself. Like, you know, everybody around me thinks I'm crazy anyway, but I'd be like talking to myself perpetually. In frustration about all of this. Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5, says, I don't think you saw my message in the chat before you started, but I'm still looking through my history to find the comment I'm positive I saw or heard. I don't think you saw my message in the chat before you started, but I'm still looking through my history to find that comment I'm positive I saw or heard. What was it, dear? The best I could do and still protect the family. I look at them like a totally. I've said that before, Kit, right? Like they are kind of a dumb crime family. Well, to be fair, most crime families were pretty dumb. Not the like smartest, you know, folks on the planet, obviously. Most criminals aren't smart. That's why they're criminals, right? It's not super smart. It's not a smart decision to begin with to be a criminal. But I don't think that they intended to do this. The problem is that they made a series of incredibly bad decisions in the immediate aftermath, out of fear, out of whatever, to protect whoever for whatever reason. And these were like the most consequentially horrific decisions on the planet. They were just bad choices. And obviously, they thought that they were untouchable. And they still do. They still do. They are perpetually throwing it in our faces with the testify nonsense, with the witness into every time anybody says the words witness intimidation, it is like a big FU directly from Brian Albert. That's the way I hear it, because I know that he thinks it's hilarious because it's so absurd. Because obviously, Turtle Boy was not trying to stop anybody from testifying, because they're witnesses to the murder that they caused, not to whatever Karen Reed was doing. And they know it. And of course they know it. Let me see if I can find this before the... Yes. Oh my God, Saucy Meat Sauce. I did see that. Did you show me that today? Why do I remember that? You did tell me that, and I was horrified by it. I think I tried to deny it. Like, I just was like, nope, that can't be true. I don't see that. Let me see if I can find this really quick for you guys. Because I was going to make a shirt out of it. I haven't decided what I want to do with it. Let me see if I can find it, though. Where are you? I'll give it one more second. Here it is. Awesome. Okay. There it is. Okay. So This is the poster, in case you haven't seen it. This was the, the advertisement for Boston's Finest, the TV show. And I think this is one of the posters that they were signing and giving away at the gala event not too long ago. Violent felons will do just about anything to get away. I mean, right? Doesn't this just say it all? Like, you're not a felon on paper yet, dear. But it's like foreshadowing. It's like almost like, right? Like foreshadowing. Like if we were writing this story, it would almost be like, Sam, you better leave that part out because it's almost not believable. It's too cliche. That's kind of how it feels. Like it's almost cliche that he would have said this and actually, it would be advertised to the world because this is exactly what he is doing. And the fact that John's niece is living with Jen, it's really sad. It's really sad is what it is. Because the way I would interpret that, Saucy Meat Sauce, honestly, the way I interpret that is as a direct FU to all of us. On their end, not on our end. In other words, sometimes when we're really emotional, particularly an emotion like anger and a displaced anger, when it's misplaced, it's targeted at the wrong thing, we can make really bad decisions and do really stupid things. And that's the way it feels when it comes to the O'Keefe family. That's the way it feels when it comes to John O'Keefe's mother. So I think that's where I will leave that for the time being without getting any more into it. But it's sad. It's just a very, very sad state of affairs. It really is. And thank you for reminding us, even though I hope I never have to think about it again. I hate that. I hate that. Oh, Miss Holmes 66 sends $2, says, why doesn't Turtle Boy's attorney say he wants them? I know. Well, I think he probably will eventually. I think right now, at this point and during the anti-slap, it's like his intent didn't matter. It was just, this is all petitioning activity. So he didn't get into the motives of Aiden yet. But my guess is if it's to graduate to the next stage, you'll start to see far more about his intent and all the examples of his intent. And even like, I don't know why he didn't argue this. And I guess I do. So one of the things that Chris, Maddie kept saying is that Aiden never went to the police, but that's not true. There's actually videos of Aiden going into like a police department or into the DA's office to petition them directly. So it's not even true that he never went into a governing body. It turns out, however, that in this anti-slap statute, it doesn't say anything about having to go directly to petition the government, like to write a letter to them or whatever. So it doesn't matter. I think that's why. I think the reason is in this early game, part of the statute, it just doesn't matter yet. But if this continues, it absolutely will, because then it includes his intention. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. I just hope for Aiden, because it's just like, enough, this poor guy, enough. It's, you don't have to love him. He doesn't have, he's not tactful 90% of the time, but what they're doing is disgusting. It's just not right? It's just dishonest. That's the word. It's just dishonest. All right, you guys. I think that's it for me. It's 5 hours almost exactly, so make sure you hit that like button. Denise, oh my God, you are such a trooper. I cannot believe we made it to 5 hours again. You're amazing. I love you so much. Thank you so much for all that you do. thank each and every one of you for being here with me tonight. You guys are absolutely the best in the whole world. I'm so freaking blessed, and I know it. I never forget it. I love you guys. Everybody enjoy the rest of your very short evening, and I will see you next week. Who knows what we will see between now and then.
It is the defense counselor's duty to protect the rights of the individual, as it is the prosecution's duty to uphold and defend the laws of the state. Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
This is me reminding you once again to like the video, like this video, like the video, like this video right now.